on.
Look at the camera, the lights and the action. Look at the brand, look at the reaction. Look at the way that we taking advantage. You see me now look at me vanish. I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize.
That was one for the cameras, wasn't it?
Look at the way that we handle it.
I like your style, eh?
I win!
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League. Come on!
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, bringing you today the final table of the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. Yes, the ESTRELLAS main event concludes today. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me.
And that is a familiar sight. As we bring you 7 days, including today, of live action from Spain. We are going to wrap the ESTRELLAS today, and then over the course of the next 6 days, we'll bring you the EPT main event. Yesterday was day 1A, close to 800 total entries. It's day 1B today. We pick up the action on day 2 and follow it through to the final table on Sunday. There is the prospect of it being another record breaker. We will see. We'll have the confirmed facts and figures for you tomorrow. Looking forward to hearing from you over the course of today and the next 6 days. We have the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube, and of course we're across all of the socials, including X, nay Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. Set for an exciting day of poker today. A total of 7,398 entries in this tournament, just 6 players remaining, and an international spread. No Spanish players in the Spanish tour. But we do have Lucian Cohen from France, who's going to come into this FT as chip leader. Israel, Greece, Belgium, Serbia and India also represented on the main stage, and we'll be picking up the action at the start of level 39. The blinds will be 500,000 at 1 million, with a big blind ante of 1 million. And they are playing for huge amounts of money. I remind you again, this is a 1K buy-in MTT. Everyone guaranteed 136 grand. The jumps with every elimination. Nearly over $250,000 for fourth. Nearly 300K for third. 400K for second. And in addition to the trophy and a place in poker history, 676K up top. So much of the 7.1 million euro prize pool still to be paid today. Players arriving inside the poker room. There's 2 of our finalists, Lucian Cohen and Avi Smadja.
How are you? Good? Yes.
Ankit Ahuja from India, now lives on the Isle of Man, a former PokerStars employee, I'll have you know. Danilo Velasevic from Serbia. And Petros Karadimos from Greece, who comes into this FT second in chips. Well, let's hear from our chip leader. We spoke to Lucian Cohen at the conclusion of play last night.
My right man is this. Parce que je suis dans mon métier, je suis exterminateur, c'est-à-dire je suis désinsectiseur, dératiseur. Et comme j'ai gagné Deauville, j'avais un rat. Et on m'a appelé Ratman quand j'ai gagné le PT de Deauville. Le fait que j'ai gagné Deauville, le PT de Deauville, oui, ça m'aide, mais j'ai eu un passage à vide qui a été très long. Et j'ai commencé à... J'ai fait un FPS au Circus à Paris. Et j'ai repris le goût des cartes. Parce qu'à un moment donné, je ne sentais plus les cartes. Et là, je savais que j'allais à forme. Et je ressens le jeu. Et donc, voilà. Moi, je suis pas technicien, mais j'ai une autre façon. Donc, je suis un peu exubérant, etc. Mais c'est une façon de perturber un peu les autres joueurs et de façon à pouvoir avancer. C'est pas de la technique, mais c'est ma technique. Mais je sais que les joueurs qui sont beaucoup meilleurs que moi techniquement, Et moi, je suis connu justement, j'ai une lecture du joueur, c'est vrai, mais la technique, je suis conscient que je suis moins bon qu'eux. Donc j'ai d'autres qualités qui font peut-être que ça compense. Et j'ai pas peur d'aller à fond, quoi, je veux dire. Donc voilà. Alors, je vous dis la vérité, il y a plein de supporters. Oui, certainement. Je suis pas allé les chercher parce que je suis venu au dernier moment, j'étais à Ibiza en vacances. Et je suis parti, j'ai vu le FPS, je suis parti, je suis venu. Et en une journée, j'étais là. Et voilà, j'ai des amis, etc. J'ai de la famille. Mais voilà, mon fils va venir, ça me fait plaisir. Il vient d'Israël exprès pour me voir. Voilà. Il faut que je m'éclate. Donc je suis un peu atypique comme joueur, mais je suis comme ça. Je suis un showman. Voilà.
Nick, I admire Lucian Cohen's enthusiasm, but I also admire his honesty. He knows he's not the best player. He says they're better than me technically, but I bring my own unique style to the table.
Yeah, and he's quite right, and so far it's paying dividends for him. He's also certainly been getting the cards as well, having improved in many ways, whereas opponents have improved on turns and rivers. We saw it all day yesterday. Hopefully that style continues to work for him. But we're going to have to wait and see. Final 6, very excited to see the conclusion of this record-breaking tournament.
So Abbey is the short stack with just 11 big blinds. Referenced already that Petros Karadimos is second in chips, 42.2 million. And very easy, as we have the human calculator with us, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you how many big blinds each player has. So Joe, just cover up the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that Ferdinando D'Alessio has 30.1 million. How many big blinds does he have?
30.1.
He's good.
Wow,
he even did it to 1 decimal point. Danilo Velasevic, I think, is the only professional player at the final table. All of the rest of the field remaining are amateurs. He has 2 scoop titles to his name and recently played at the Triton event in London. And I referenced the fact that Ankit Ahuja, who is 6th on the Indian all-time money list, was a product manager at PokerStars, working in the software team for a few years.
What?
Still lives on the Isle of Man.
That's awesome.
I wonder if he was involved with Power Up. You guys remember Power Up? Anyone in the chat remember Power Up?
If he is, he probably wouldn't admit it.
So it looks like we're ready to get the action started. So yes, you might remember that we lost Tonka last night in 7th place, right at the end of level 38. So we are kicking off at the start of a brand new level, level 39. 500k, 1 million the blinds, 60-minute levels throughout, and of course there will be a dinner break later on this evening if this goes the distance. And I honestly see this going one of 2 ways. I either see this being quite a fast final table, or I see us needing that dinner break. I don't think there's going to be any in-betweens here.
I'm going to say maybe in between. We've got it all covered.
Obviously, the pressure's off now. They wanted to make Final 6. That was that milestone that they were looking for yesterday. They've arrived. So I feel like now they're going to duke it out for the win. Obviously, Smaja, just with the 9 big blinds, that's the player they're looking to bust next. Obviously, significant ladders at this point. Let's see if he can find a couple doublés and get back in the mix.
Action underway at the final table of the record-breaking Estrellas main event. 7,398 total entries. 6 players remain, playing down to a winner today. This is hand 1 of the FT.
For sure playing to a winner today.
100%. Action has been folded to Danilo Velasevic. He has got 10 deuce of diamonds, and he has raised it to 2 mil.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. He's going to try and win the first pot, Joe.
Lucian Cohen in the small blind with Jack 10 off.
Ooh, maybe it's going to work.
King Jack suited.
Oh boy, it's Smaja's big blind.
And he elects to move all in. I imagine we'll see a pretty quick fold from Velasevic, and we can move on to hand 2. Emphasis on the word pretty quick. Want to quickly answer this question from Origami Hero. I recently won a silver pass. Congratulations for your success on the power path, Origami Hero. Will I be able to redeem it for Eureka Prague? Yes. I imagine you can't do that yet, but as we like to highlight, there is an 18-month expiry period on all power passes. So if you want to wait for an event you know is coming up, by all means, cling on to that thing. You don't need to redeem it yet.
Yeah, make sure you use it for something that you really want. We do anticipate Power Path to remain as a promotion for some time now. And it will usually flow with the times, as we've seen, including the ability to buy into EPT Brighton, which is coming up right after EPT Barcelona 2023.
Yeah. I think I may have seen a couple of players redeem gold passes for a UK IPT passport, Nick, which gets you buy into all of the remaining stops on the tour.
Amazing stuff. I absolutely love to see that. Play what you want to play, guys. Play what you enjoy. Jack 8 suited, Ahuja.
Yes, action was folded to him in the cutoff, and he's open to 2.2 million. Avi folding the small blind. Petros Karadimos in the big blind. 9-7 off.
Karadimos, definitely a hand he can consider defending, especially against that wider cutoff open. Karadimos currently second in chips, starts the hand with about 41-ish big blinds.
So we have a 6-deuce flop with 2 hearts. Jack high still the best hand, plus Ahuja has the best draw.
Yeah, I think pretty straightforward just to have a continuation here. I mean, the check isn't going to be bad either, really. You do actually have showdown with the Jack high, plus you have the draw. Jack on the turn, very, very nice, very decisive.
And indeed, Karadimos is now drawing dead.
I kind of appreciate that Ahuja has more checks on this board. Specifically, though, when there is ICM pressure, we do end up checking a lot more, trying to lower that variance, trying to get to showdown a little bit more often, especially when we have showdown. I understand Jack high isn't a very particularly strong hand, but that defending range in the big blind will certainly contain plenty of combinations that you're ahead of. When you've got the hearts as well, if your opponent leads turn, you can call, potentially get to showdown with the best hand, or just improve 2 overs, and the flush draw going to be good a lot of the time.
Let me quickly handle this question on YouTube from Alp Erin Gula. What about the Super High Roller stream? Did the schedule change? Yes, it did. So the Super High Roller started on Saturday. Let's put it this way, a limited number of entries in that, and it actually concluded yesterday. Kyan Mokri winning the Super High Roller last night. Meanwhile, this event had a record turnout, so a day was added to it. So we did change our coverage, streaming the penultimate day yesterday as they played down to the final 6, and streaming the final table today. So apologies, no Super High Roller coverage. Velasevic opening with ace-queen. Lucian Cohen, Jack 7. Elka, I appreciate the hashtag fun fact. Smaja is the name of the first Olympic silver medalist from Israel. And where did he win that silver medal? Barcelona. Coincidence? I think not.
I mean, if he ends up finishing second, that'll be a little weird.
6-4 deuce on the flop. Ace high still the best hand. Delesio checks, having defended his big blind pre. Velasevic checks it back. Board pairs on the turn, and Velasevic is now pretty much a 9-1 favorite.
Might be time for some protection.
A delayed c-bet from Velasevic, and he takes down the 3rd hand of this final table.
Now with 40.4 big blinds.
He's so good. So good.
It's like I just think about it and it just comes to me. I couldn't even show my work if I had to, because I don't. It just
give you a piece of chalk. And
it does make words difficult.
Just start drawing formulas on the walls, and just start seeing pie charts and graphs. And
I can understand that, though. Like, obviously, you can communicate verbally, but if you're having to do mathematics in your head, you can't be expected to talk at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah. 10-5 suited for Lucian Cohen. He folds. Round to the short stack. Avi Smaja with ace-8 of strawberries.
So just a reminder, guys, this is our shortest stack, 13 big blinds. he might be tempted just to put this all in. Seems like a pretty clear spot for me.
Yeah, he's going to shove and has got 3 players to get through. Karadimos has folded the button. D'Alessio is in the small blind with ace-queen.
Yeah, that's not what you want to run into here.
And that is a call, and with Velasevic folding the big blind, we have a showdown and we have a domination situation. Smadja at risk and way behind.
Respectez, putain, respectez. Respectez les joueurs.
Smadja did outlast Tonka last night. Laddered up another, I think, 30K with that elimination.
Correct. Is going to need to get lucky to survive here. Twisted Blame says it smells like a rotation. Let's see. Well, it's going to need to be running 8s or running hearts.
It's going to have to be extra rotation.
Queen high flop. And Smadja with 1 foot out the door. Drawing dead on the turn. We have our first elimination from the final table. Avi Smadja KO'd in 6th place and cashing for 136,850 euros.
Smadjas? We don't need no stinking Smadjas.
Taking us down to 5.
Yeah, I mean, can't be disappointed with that result. Such a huge payout. And this is the nature of large field NTTs, ladies and gents. Significant payout for Mr. Smadja.
Considering it was a 1K buy, I'm going to keep highlighting that. These payouts are huge. That, by the way, has seen Ferdinando D'Alessio move up to 2nd place on the leaderboard. 42 million chips now. Lucian Cohen still chip leader. And the shortest stack is Ankit Ahuja, who is not a short stack, with 33 bigs.
Yeah, exactly. Smallest stack now, just the 33 bigs. Pretty deep.
That could be the only elimination we see for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ratman.
I mean, how?
Please. She only speaks English. No good.
Don't try and drag the tournament staff into your fun and games.
The consummate professionals that are the world-class EPT dealers.
You said yesterday, Joe, you love poker when people are enjoying themselves, and obviously great to see that Lucian Cohen is still having a good time, and great to see the other players are kind of like willing to join in.
I'm shocked by it.
Excuse me, my friend, because it's difficult for me, camera.
Well, that hand, raise and take it for Karadimos. The Real Oak asks, is registration for the EPT main event still open? If you bust this, can you still participate? Absolutely. You could buy into day 1B now. Worst case scenario, registration for the EPT main stays open till the start of play tomorrow. You can buy in at the start of day 2, and that's when we're going to pick up the action. That's when we're going to start streaming the tournament.
Can you imagine you win this, you win 675,000 euros, and you just get to flick it in tomorrow?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I can afford it, no big deal.
Easy spin.
No sweat.
Yeah.
Allez, you. Oh, no, huh? No look. No, huh?
So Karadimos opening under the gun with Jack 8 of clubs, raises to 2.1 mil. King Queen off for Ferdinando D'Alessio.
Might be tempted to 3-bet.
D'Alessio's been playing poker for well over a decade. Plays most of his poker at Casino Namur in Belgium.
That was actually the destination for the first ever Lex Live. You were in attendance.
Can you imagine if it had taken place somewhere other than Belgium, people might know that actually took place.
It's actually a pretty good turnout. Oh, the acting, I love it. He hasn't washed the coffee stain off, has he?
No.
No possible.
Wow. We don't hear him say no possible very often.
It is improbable, but not impossible.
Bon, maintenant, il va falloir que j'attaque, hein, c'est bon.
That is the winner's trophy. And of course, we continue to highlight the payouts, the huge sums of money they're playing for, but taking this down, lifting that trophy is going to be a meaningful achievement. To say you bested a field of 7,398, to say you won the biggest Estrellas main event of all time, the biggest live tournament that PokerStars has ever run, that is a genuine place in poker history.
7,400 runner field, I mean. I just want to address a question from Ibrahim, who just joined us on YouTube, said, who busted? That would be the player who's no longer at the table. Thank you for your question.
Lot is life, waiting tomorrow, c'est comme un soleil qui vit dans le ciel. Lot is life, US, I'm a real race. You call, I'm call. Ah merde. Ah non, non possible, non possible, non.
So, Lucian Cohen raises small to big and flops 2 pair, just like that.
4 million.
4 million is the continuation bet. Karadimos, do not try and make a move against this guy.
Okay.
Huh? No! Oh, no!
Show it.
Last is life, we be alive. What is life? Oh, whoa. Ratman.
Tu l'as lobotisé, ça y est.
Et toi, Ratman? Tu vois, tu gagnes avec ça en plus.
What is it about Barcelona in this featured table? Just brings out the wild side in everybody.
No look, no look.
It could be the insane return on investment that everyone at the table is guaranteed.
It could be that.
I might be a little giddy myself.
Il recommence le chou-libu. Eh, mon frère, comment il s'appelle, le commentateur très sympathique? Français. Très sympathique d'ailleurs. J'aime bien. Je me rappelle plus comment il s'appelle. Ratman. Tout fort. Ça veut dire très fort en français.
I note that he is still wearing the coffee-stained shirt that he considers to be good luck.
Yeah.
US, I'm realize.
Is that binding?
It's not, but I believe him.
You scared him.
Hey, il frire. Hey.
Karadimos flatting with King 10 in the small. Delesio folding the big. So round 2 between these guys.
Allez, je sais pas parler anglais, les gars. Je suis n'importe comment. Life, this life, baby.
Ace high still the best hand.
Check.
Here we go again.
Life.
Oh, Karadimos takes the lead on the turn.
You think a C-bet wins it right there, Nick, and King 10 just folds the 7-4-4 flop?
It depends on his read from Cohen. Because he tends to play his hand so face up, there's actually an opportunity for him to maybe just get away from the king high right there. But technically speaking, you probably call at least one bet. But having improved into the king, going absolutely nowhere.
Okay, we've got 3 4s on the board. The full house for Karadimos, and it gets checked back on the river by Cohen.
Life is life. Baby, won't you go? Je vais mourir, j'ai rasé en vérité.
He seems slightly confused that he didn't win that hand.
Ah oui.
I mean, when you're used to winning every single hand. I do wonder what Karadimos is thinking, though. I don't remember Cohen betting with the worst of it on any river so far this entire tournament.
Right.
or with the best of it in many of the cases.
Well, exactly. Yeah. He definitely mixes it up.
Yana on Twitch asks, is the Cohen guy drunk or just this annoying? I'm going to go with no. Thank you for your question.
As we always say, every time there's a player who exhibits any form of personality at the table, it draws complaints from the same people who whine about the lack of personalities at the poker table.
You know what my barometer is, honestly? The players at the table aren't annoyed, so I'm not annoyed. If he was bugging them, if his shtick was like getting visibly upsetting them, I would be like, okay, maybe he needs to rein it in.
Key question. So yesterday he was compared to another poker player about whom there was a certain amount of controversy at this year's World Series of Poker. One of the things he's not doing that this other individual did do is slow down the game.
He's not slowing down the game.
He's not wasting time. So diamonds for both D'Alessio and Ahuja. Ace high, still the best hand. And in response to Mizzou, he says the floor should make him calm down. If he were annoying the other players, and if the other players were to raise their concerns, of course the floor would say something. But if it's not affecting them, and if they're having fun as well, what's the problem?
Yeah. You guys are never really going to win me over that this is a game and it's supposed to be fun. If it's look, if this guy was at a table full at a super high roller and all the super high rollers were annoyed and they're playing, you know, for not just a lot of money, but they've invested a lot of money in it. I get it. But the flow is happening right now.
I'm also going to refer you back to what Lucian Cohen said at the start of the day, or rather said to us late last night. He is by far weaker as a technical player than anyone else at the table. So there's always going to be, if you look at it purely from a plus EV point of view, certain allowances made when you have someone at the table who you know or you think is weaker than you are.
Right, yes, of course. And also, just as a, you know, he said, look, I have other qualities that are helping me out here. The fact that Karadimos didn't bet that river, very likely based on Cohen's personality, what he thinks is his read on Cohen.
Yep.
The fact that Tielka made a really, really, really loose call to a river raise with just top pair, I'm sure had plenty to do with all of the personality that Cohen's been showing over the last 24 hours.
Yep, his antics definitely could have played into that situation.
Chicken. I'm very dangerous.
Well, we have top pair versus a flush draw here. Lucian Cohen with queens, Ahuja with clubs.
This is fun.
Should highlight it's also a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah.
42% equity.
Yep, huge equity here with the gutter ball to go with the clubs.
You ever raise here, Nick?
I actually think this would be a very reasonable raise spot. You have tons of equity on average, and obviously also
your 7 high is not great.
Exactly, 7 high has no showdown. Thank you for helping me there, Joe. But as we've been seeing for the last 24 hours, 48 hours, Cohen actually just finds the improver. 9.7 million out there. I'd like to see a bigger bet than that from him, to be honest, because I think he gets a lot more than just the 3 or whatever that is.
That's the only thing that annoys me about Cohen, is that he flops good and improves all the time.
Right. Seems to get very little value from those situations.
I don't even mean that. I just mean the fact that what's it like? What's it like to flop top pair and turn trips? Like, I've never experienced it.
Gets a fold from Ahuja on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a bad way to play 7-4 of clubs there, to be honest. I mean, there's a chance for the 3 million he should still be calling, though, don't you think, guys? I mean, he's got a fantastic price there. It's not completely outside the realms of possibility that the 7 or the 4 might actually be live as well once in a while. But although when you're playing against Cohen, he's playing kind of face up, it's very unlikely he He doesn't have a made hand betting that turn, I would imagine, unless he's got a better draw than you.
I mean, we've never seen him not flop pair and not turn trips, but my guess is if he hadn't flop pair, top pair and didn't turn trips, he's probably not going to double barrel either.
Yeah,
he tends to check when he has nothing.
I was surprised to see that fold for just the 3 million. It's a small bet on the turn into 9, and I just think you have more than enough price just to directly profit from the one card going to the river.
Well, he's extended his chip lead at the final table. Starts this hand now with 67 million chips. He's in the big blind. Ankit Ahuja in the small blind with 10-9 off.
Oh, sérieux, you, sérieux, very sérieux. Ah ouais, obligé ça, obligé, il met une grosse dose. Tout même. Tout même.
Ahuja raising small to big.
Là, il est énervé, là, il est énervé. Faut pas que j'ai une main, je l'attrape, il frappe.
Lucian Cohen being reminded that he cannot speak French when he has cards in front of him.
All right, buddy. Arrête.
Well, let's hear from our 6th place finisher, Avi Smadja. After being eliminated, we caught up with him on the rail and asked him about that last hand when he had ace-8 of hearts.
But you are EPT champion.
I don't know if I made the right move, but I got what I decide to play, and no luck. Nothing can do. Now I need to calm down from, you know, the disappointment of the loss, but it's a good result, yes, for sure. Now I take a rest like 1 hour, and then I join the main event. Hopefully to get to the final again, back to back.
Potentially playing results there, Nick. Do you think it was a good or a bad shove with the ace-8?
No, I think he's done exactly the right thing there. He's shortest stack, ace-8 suited. It's a slam dunk profitable shove there. He's done the right thing. Like he said, he made the right shove and just, you know, ran into it. Happens to the best of us. And as he said, great result. He said he's going to take an hour's nap and then he's going to be straight back into the main event. And he's got the bullet for it now. Easy, no problem at all from that payday. That 6th place finish.
Back to the action where D'Alessio has opened under the gun with King-9 and Ahuja has woken up with Ace-King on the button.
You said he's going to take an hour nap? I mean, what's the point of winning 100 grand in a poker tournament if you still have to set an alarm? I mean, come on. At least just sleep for as long as you want. Wow, he didn't have a hand for a whole hand. He's like, God, ice cold.
Ice cold. 5's in the bin as well. Pot going to Ahuja.
Ahuja daddy.
Look, I think this should be the rule. If the rat man points at you and says, rat man, and you don't give him the back, that's like, okay, it's time to stop with the antics.
I think so, yeah. Or at least slow him down.
Yeah,
So the Estrellas Poker Tour is the local tour here in Spain, and the first few days of the festival in Barcelona are dedicated to Estrellas events. It concludes with this main event before we segue into the EPT. And yes, we will be streaming the European Poker Tour main event from tomorrow, which is day 2. Day 1A is in the books. Day 1B is today.
Not just in the books, in the record books.
Correct. Do you want an update on what's happening on day 1B in terms of entries?
I sure do.
So yesterday was what? Just shy of 800, up on 749 last year, which is what day 1A received. Day 1B, which is always bigger, we are currently looking at, stand by, we're already at 740, and we're only an hour and a half into the day.
Dude. Dude.
Yeah.
This is great.
This is awesome.
35, 39.
So Karadimos completes in the small with ace-deuce. D'Alessio raises from the big, makes it 5 million, goes huge.
This is annoying. This is an annoying little setup. All right.
And gets the fold.
These two do not want to tangle.
Velasevic officially the shortest stack right now with 35 big blinds. Everyone else literally tied on 40 big blinds each, and then Lucian Cohen chip leader with 64 bigs, and still half an hour to run at this 500k 1 million blind level. As we take a look at the poker room, every table occupied right now, and I imagine the tables in the other room, the tables in the corridor also being used. Expect a huge, potentially record-breaking field on day 1B of the EPT main.
They brought a table into my room this morning.
Poker table.
Yeah, they needed the space, they said. I won't name names, but it was still odd that a player showed up and saw it was going to be their big blind and then pretended like they were in the wrong place.
William, the EPT main event is 5,000 euros, and 5,300 if you want me to be precise. Whether you enter on 1A, 1B, or at the start of day 2, that's the price point. Single re-entry. And, of course, from the start of day 2, registration closes. No late buy-ins, no more rebuys.
What does the Rat Man have?
Nothing good. Karadimos with Queen 8. Hello to Charlie B on YouTube. He says, commentator James, I'm back. Stank me up. I will indeed, Charlie B. D-Lord 8 says, I missed the time when we had free rolls on PokerStars every time EPT events took place. I do think what we offer now is better, seriously. The mini EPT series that runs every single day offers 3 low buy-in tournaments. I would much rather see the money we contribute put into added value in the prize pools, the W-Coop tickets that we're adding to the prize pool of every single event, every single day. And on the final day, come Sunday, we're going to give away 2 gold power passes. Oh. Those are worth $10,000 each to the winners of the mini main events. There's one that costs $5.50. There's one that costs $55. The winner of both of those mini mains is going to get a gold power pass.
Yeah, that's huge added value, guys. Come on. That's some serious cheddar.
I appreciate that free rolls are free, but the prize pools were never massive, and the sums of money people could win were never huge, and you'd be playing, let's be brutally honest, shove or fold poker for the better part of 4 hours to potentially win $1.62.
They were speedy. Folded to the button, and there is a raise with King 10 of the offsuit variety.
Double suited.
Can you pull the service, please? Yeah, we ordered like half an hour at the start of the...
In an attempt to win you back on side, No Spicy, I will address and answer your question. They call Lucian Cohen the Rat Man because he is a professional pest exterminator. He kills rats. And when he won his EPT in Deauville in 2011, he had a big plastic rat on the table, his lucky rat, Lucky, and hence he became known as the Rat Man.
Le rush, mon frère. De la ruche.
And from the way he spoke of it in his interview today, it sounds like he still is doing it.
I think it's his business. Yeah. I'm not sure whether he personally still exterminates rats and insects, but yes, it still has the business. Still does not consider himself to be a pro.
He's always on the clock. I saw him nosing around the tournament room early today, crawling around on the floor, checking things out.
Potentially scoping out a new client.
Oh boy, this is going to be tempting. for Rhett, man.
Yeah, the flat on the button from Ahuja is gonna...
Oh, wow.
This is uncharacteristic.
Wait a second, you guys.
I thought he was seeing a great price to come in from the small with Queen 8 of diamonds, but no, he's squeezing. The squeeze play from Lucian Cohen.
Well, he missed that one flop, so he probably thinks he's due.
6-6. Yeah.
So Ahuja here, guys, 34 bigs. It's another 6.2 million, sorry, excuse me, 4.1 million to call. It's quite expensive in relation to his total chip stack here. Does he think if he calls and finds the 7, though, he'll be able to take it all? Or at least take a big
how hard it is to flop a set?
I mean,
No problem for me.
between me and you, buddy.
It is almost impossible.
Hey, sérieux, ça? You serious? Ah! Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
This incredible comment, by the way, from Kloppo, who says,
My bad.
this is why Cohen is so trappy as a player.
Ah, sure. Good.
Look, he mentioned earlier on, Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to see a call. He mentioned that he is not the most technical player, but he certainly...
But all the checking, he's a rat cat. He's trying to trap. I mean,
he's always trapping, yeah.
I can't believe I didn't get there on my own.
Well, a great spot for Cohen to rep that ace and push Ahuja off these 7s. And sure enough, he is going to continue for half pot, 8 million. And Ahuja folds.
There's no defense against that. He shows it too.
Let's show the bluff.
That's why you hang up the dead rats to let it be a warning to the other rats.
So that is going to push Lucian Cohen over the 70 million mark. 73 million, 73 bigs. Velasevic, the second biggest stack with 39 bigs. And to address this question from Icy Brand 12, James, you said earlier only Velasevic is a non-amateur. Ahuja and Cohen have at least 1.5 million in live earnings. Aren't they considered pro? No, what makes you a pro is whether you play poker professionally, i.e. it's your only job, it's how you make a living. We've established Cohen has a business. Ahuja is a businessman. Yes, they've had a lot of success at poker, but they're not professional players. They don't play for a living.
Pro is short for professional, meaning it is your source of income.
Correct.
Not a source of income.
I mean, look, guys, credit where credit's due. We have been giving Lucian, you know, a little bit of flack for his more passive style, which has absolutely been working for him in fairness. But there you go. He's finally started to adjust and use that table image to his advantage. Gets that very nice squeeze through, and the continuation bet finishes the hand.
Je vais regarder ça, s'ils vont me payer.
I see him get spicy with the 9 deuce off.
I'm asleep. Hey, good. The lecture.
So folded to Karadimos on the button, king 6. And that is a raise. Karadimos has made it 2.2.
Alessio just considering his options here. I think at this stack depth, we're almost always going to see a 3-bet. Just wants to assess the chip stacks before he chooses his size. So where are we at right now? D'Alessio got about 38 bigs. Karadimos 37. So I think probably just like a 4x here makes sense. Like 8 million maybe. He might size down a little bit for the final table dynamic as well.
Hey.
Oh, wow. Very small indeed.
I mean, luckily this is a hand you can't even peel with. But a 9-10 suited or something.
Biggie comments, Lucian Cohen kind of reminds me of Sam Grafton. I love it. From now on, Sam Grafton will be the English Lucian Cohen, the British rap man.
Yep, size down works.
Ça, il faut les payer, hein, ceux-là. Hein. C'est pas tous les jours.
On raque après.
Ils sont pas excessivement chers. Hein.
Ça va, alors.
Ça va. Ah, ça, excuse-moi.
I obviously am a huge apologist for Lucian Cohen's antics. However, if he continues to speak French with cards in front of him, he is going to get a warning. He has already had an informal warning. I think the next time it happens, I could see from the dealer's face there, the floor will probably get called.
Le floor.
So obviously we still have 6 days of live coverage from EPT Barcelona coming at you. Of course, once we're back from Barcelona, WCOOP 2023 starts Sunday the 10th of September. And you can watch selected tournaments from the World Championship of Online Poker on the PokerStars Twitch channel. We're going to be streaming the 25K Super High Roller on September 27th and also covering the last 3 days of the main event. That's October 2nd to 4th. Exclusive to Twitch. And of course, there are literally hundreds of WCOOP tournaments for you to play between September 10th and October 4th. Always an exciting time of year, the most prestigious online series of the year. WCOOP just around the corner.
Okay.
It's that time of year again, guys.
Okay.
WCOOP comes about once a year.
Well, we've got blind v blind here, unraised pre. And neither player has connected with this flop, so ace high, still the best hand for Ahuja.
Huh? 2 million.
I appreciate the changing in gears here from Cohen. We would have seen this check back a ton in our session from yesterday, but today now finding some very different moves. Maybe he's manipulating that table image from yesterday to his advantage.
It's really easy to take a fellow like this who acts goofy and assume there's not a lot of self-awareness there about the poker, but maybe there is.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like, okay, I played super passively yesterday when I had nothing, so
set him up,
maybe
yeah.
I can get away with some bluffs today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you.
I am 3-4. I'm 3-4.
Ace 7.
Hey, 7. No rest, I'm sleep.
Losing my mind. I don't know.
C'est pas vrai, hein. C'est un gros mensonge, je vais voir. Hein.
You don't have 3-4.
C'est un gros mensonge. J'ai 3 et 4, j'ai rien du tout, hein, mais bon. Un gros mensonge. Encore, je mens. C'est pas bien de mentir pour les enfants. Hein. Mon fils ne m'écoute pas. Ah, ya Rabbi.
So we've played just over 20 hands so far at the final table, just the one elimination. Ankit Ahuja is the shortest stack right now with 27 big blinds. The blinds going up in 20 minutes time. And we've got a raise here from Ferdinando D'Alessio with ace-6. Lucian Cohen is in the small blind with king-10 of clubs. And he is re-raising.
He's got the bug now. Shows the ace, makes the fold.
Non, je te fais pas ça, on est 3. Hein. T'as compris? C'est un vrai jeu. Hein. Tu verras la
I need to have a word about that English now.
I think once the hand is over, it's fine. It's where there is still action. It's a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely more problematic, but at this stage, playing for these stakes.
To address RJP's question on YouTube, would they be extra strict on English being used for televised tables to make sure the audience can understand everything? No, it's not for the audience's benefit. It's purely about the integrity of the game.
Turns out not everyone in the audience speaks English either.
Again, shout out to Benny and you, providing commentary in French for our French viewers.
I'm doing English.
Not this time. If we do it
How many
every
barrels,
5
James?
minutes.
Second bow.
Second bow. Karadimos, we have seen playing a wider range here as one of our chip leaders, but now second to last, 34 big blinds, still very, very playable stack. He might be picking up on some table dynamics. Blind v blind though, limp check.
Queen 10 deuce, so Jack high still ahead. Luck Skywalker says, does the percentage of winning a hand take into account cards that have been folded by other players? If we've seen those cards on screen, yes, it does. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, but the 4 on the turn is what decided this one. Karadimos has a lock on this. Going to try and get to cheap showdown, gets checked down, and he will win the pot.
The 4 is good enough. Blind v blind over. Karadimos up to 37 bigs and in position for the next hand.
Pas là encore. Non, vraiment, on est dans le bas. Tout le monde est pareil en vérité. Ça va jouer un coup.
With hour-long levels being played in this event, we play 2 levels back-to-back before we have a break. So there's another 60 minutes of poker to be played at the conclusion of this level before we take the first hiatus of the day. Cohen has raised with ace-9. Karadimos has queen-jack on the button. Moose Surgeon asks, is any of the prize money going to support moose surgery? Asking for a friend. No. Thank you for your question.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Velasevic could legitimately re-raise here.
Yeah, could. I think it's almost mandatory.
If he makes it 8 million, maybe he wants to go a little bit bigger given the fact it's a squeeze pot, maybe closer to 10.
You really got to squeeze like a 30 or stack here?
That would be pretty juicy. I mean, you're just going to win so much, though. It's so profitable. Especially given that flat from Karadimos.
I guess I'm just not re-raising enough.
Ooh.
8,300,000.
Okay. I was going to say, that was on the chunkier side. I thought anywhere between 8 and 10 is probably acceptable. Again, with these final table dynamics, the smaller 3-bets have just as much effect as the larger sizes you might use with these stack depths when you're earlier in the stages of the tournament. And just scooping it. Big pickup there.
Vescu91 asks, did Maria get through day 1A? She did. So that means Maria will be joining us later on stream before she returns to the tables on day 2 of the EPT main event.
Maria.
Hey, professional.
Maria.
And the Unicorn flew into town today as well. His flight was a little bit delayed, but expect to hear the dulcet tones of Griffin Benja today as well.
So Squeeze getting through onto hand number 25. And Cohen's got a pretty one. I think Queen 9 suited would be a very reasonable open. Remember, guys, we are 5-handed. Ranges are considerably wider as we get shorter handed. Just a ton more action. Playing down to the few remaining players we have left. Ahuja in the big blind has a very pretty Jack 9 suited, though.
Pretty, but dominated.
You're always calling here.
Well, I hope for his sake it is not a 9-high flop. The flop is 8-8-7. Just the one diamond and the one club. Action goes check, check. Turn card is the Jack of Diamonds. Well, domination rotation. However, I would highlight the street flash draw for Lucian Cohen.
1.5 million.
And he's going to bet it, 1.5.
Well, if there's one thing Cohen's been good at for the last couple sessions, it's drilling rivers, and he's got a lot of outs that give him the best hand here going to the river.
If we get to the river, because this looks like a raise is coming from Ahuja. He was counting out a raise. The white chips being worth 500,000 each. And 4.1 mil is the raise.
4 million.
Called pretty much immediately by Cohen.
Yeah, so actually finding value here, but a lot of ways for Cohen to improve,
Boom.
and that is the King of Diamonds.
What did you say, Nick? He has been bouncing cards off the wall when it comes to rivers, and here he catches runner to make the flush. And I hope for Ahuja's sake he shuts down here.
Yeah, I think the fact it's the King of Diamonds is maybe more of a slowdown for Ahuja, because obviously there will be some, you know, Ace-King, for example, still might be in the pot at this point. I'm not sure if Cohen's the type of player to have a float with King-Queen or something like that either, versus that check-raise turn, just not going to be a bluff that often. But Ahuja might be banking on the fact that the check-raise on the turn will buy him some cheaper rivers, even if they run ugly like this. Does check, and I think Cohen has a pretty clear value bet now.
Question is whether that value bet gets paid off. 8.5 million into a pot of 13.7 million.
Hey, my friend, a long time, huh?
I mean, this bet is nearly half of Ahuja's remaining chips. If he folds here, he's still going to have 20 big blinds. If he calls, we can see he will lose the pot. He will be in the danger zone.
Danger zone! I just think that, I mean, that smaller bet on the turn to me just feels like, from a less experienced player, it's going to be very draw heavy.
Okay, okay.
This we can't do.
This I don't agree with.
Okay, but remember when he did this against Telka. He's screaming, I have a hand.
Yes. And if past behavior is indicative of future behavior, Ahuja may realize that. But looks like he's made the call. Again, Cohen taunts his opponent into making a ridiculous hero call and paying off a massive value bet.
Do the worm.
Nice one. Thank you, man.
Wow.
Net result, Lucian Cohen has 90 big blinds. Ankit Ahuja is down to 11 big blinds.
Is there any argument that him getting up from a chair should have killed his hand?
Well, this is the first time we saw Lucian Cohen, 2011, when he won the EPT Deauville main event. That's when he had Lucky, his plastic rats, on the table, and that's when he became known as the Rat Man.
Say what you want about the Rat Man. His antics getting him paid once again.
1 million and 1 million. My friend. Nice one, nice one. I'm a crazy man. Nice one. Well played. Hey, my friend. It's good to play.
Yeah, great play. Great play.
Huh? Good. No, you play 2 king, no play. No, I mean, this is good. Huh?
Good.
Good. Huh?
Very good.
Karadimos, ace-5 suited, a little sourdough, artisanal style. Unfortunately, raising the big blind of Lucian Cohen, so I don't know what he's playing at.
Huh?
And poor Ahuja down to 11 bigs now. I think it's good to take your time here. You know, we saw what happened to Tielka yesterday after paying off in an incredibly similar situation. And he immediately decided he was going to start entering every pot and playing aggressively to try to win those chips back, and it did not work out. I'm all for Ahuja just taking a second there.
What can you do?
I think
My friend,
you probably do at least run it through your head like, okay, can I just ship this right here with 11 big blinds from the small blind and pick up 2 million? And you realize, like, okay, maybe just let's reassess. Let's just take a second.
Well, let's take a second to review these numbers and observe that Lucian Cohen has better than a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Velasevic, who sits officially in second place right now. I mean, it's bunched up. Velasevic, D'Alessio, Karadimos, Ahuja, just above 10 big blinds. Blinds going up in 7 minutes' time. And even though we still have an hour and 7 till the next break, I do want to advertise that during the first break of the day, you're going to get to see more of Lucian Cohen, because we're going to relive some of his rat antics from EPT Madrid in 2011.
Rats off to you.
Looks like that was the effective all-in.
Unfortunately, black
Yep, leaves himself with 1 big blind behind.
But still.
Definitely the right line here with the ace-4. Karadimos has a hand that can absolutely call here, though.
Really?
Absolutely. Theoretically, should be ahead of the shoving range if Ahuja is shoving it right. It just depends how much he thinks.
So what are the non-ace hands that Ahuja's shoving? Like all of the Broadways?
Technically loads of Broadway, technically hands like Jack-10 suited, technically hands like 8-7 suited, technically hands like...
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few. It's just whether or not he thinks Ahuja will be doing that in this particular moment, because as soon as that range gets tighter, this hand becomes a lot worse, right? The value goes down, the fewer combinations you have beat. Karadimos, it would be a third of his stack, though, and at this point, he might prefer not to gamble. I totally appreciate that, but this definitely is going to be a profitable chip EV call. From an ICM perspective, might just want to avoid the variance.
Obviously, I'll keep an eye on this just in case Karadimos decides to go with the ace-5, but I just want to go back quickly to the hand, Cohen versus Ahuja, and that river bet. Is it any different, Lucian Cohen getting out of his chair, than Sebastian Mallets getting out of his chair and going to the rail?
But Mallets was all in, wasn't he?
Mallets had indeed moved all in, and it was up to Reichenstein to call all in, yes.
Yeah, so
but what I'm saying is you've made an aggressive play, you then get out of your chair and move away from the table. When you're saying, should his hand be killed, I'm saying it's no different to Mallets walking away.
I do think it is
Mallets
slightly...
went to sit on the rail.
I do think it is different, because there's no more action that Mallets can take in the hand. Whereas if Ahuja had shoved, then Cohen would have another action, have to act again, right?
To play devil's advocate, Cohen was still at the table, just not in his chair.
I'm not saying it should be killed, by the way. I'm just saying I wouldn't get up for that reason, just in case.
Yeah.
And I think that Ahuja has an argument to complain.
It's definitely unconventional, isn't it? It's definitely something you wouldn't want to risk with that kind of money on the line.
And I certainly am not calling for the hand to be killed personally. I'm just saying that I would be way too nervous to do that myself.
12 million.
Ahuja with the virtual all-in. There's a decimal point incorrect here. Ahuja has 3-bet for 12 million. And it's going to get through.
Looks like someone in our chat has won some sort of tournament. Congrats.
T'as vu aussi, c'est comme l'espagnol. Le braquage que j'ai fait avant, il m'a payé après aussi.
As far as I have not really had much issue with Cohen's antics because the table hasn't had much issue. To get up out of your seat to get in the eye line of someone who's trying to make a decision is... I'm less of a fan.
I agree. I feel it was a little bit disrespectful. But again, I agree with you that if Ahuja has a problem, he can complain, he can call the floor. He's decided not to do that.
It's been somewhat consistent as well, right? He's been doing that to everybody.
Escalation, really. And I think that had he not been in the 1 and the 9 seat, that he wouldn't have gotten up to do it. It's just that he happens to be in the worst possible seat to put on a dance for Ahuja.
Well, Ahuja has opened under the gun with ace-deuce. We have Ferdinando D'Alessio with jacks in the small blind. That is a re-raise.
It's a little bit on the wider side for Ahuja, obviously in the danger zone here. Going to encounter plenty of pushback. We are shorter-handed, so not completely outrageous having the ace in hand, but that's going to take him down to 14 bigs, and he's getting back around that point where he's going to have to start shoving again in order to accumulate those chips back that he's worked so hard to gather just now after that pot versus the Rat Man.
Ahuja still in the danger zone.
Great composure, though, the entire way through for Ankit Ahuja.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, made a call, got it wrong. Still ready to battle, not afraid to get straight back in and start digging deep to try and accumulate those chips back, and you love to see it.
Robin asks, why do you think it's so easy to just call the floor? You feel ashamed then? I don't think a player of Ankit Ahuja's experience and demeanor would have any problem calling the floor if he had an issue with one of his opponents.
Yeah.
Although it would make him a rat. I ain't no rat. It's terribly disrespectful with an exterminator at the table.
How much please after
13 million? 13 million.
Well, Lucian Cohen flops best. Pair of kings and the straight draw. Ahuja with a straight draw of his own and a backdoor flush draw, facing a huge bet from Cohen.
Yeah, I really don't like this play from Cohen. I just feel like you're only ever going to get called by better. I mean, he might find a hero call with like a suited king once in a while, but even then he's probably just going to let that go too versus Cohen's more straightforward play. He will be winning it though.
Lucian Cohen still playing more than 90 bigs, and Ankit Ahuja down to 12 bigs.
I wonder if Cohen runs his exterminator business the same way he runs his value hands, where he just totally lowballs himself. He comes in and he's like, all right, I'll do your whole house, but I'll only do it for 40 bucks. And the person's like, I was going to pay 400. Okay, sure. Sold.
No, he goes, no, 30, sorry,
30,
20.
20. I'll do it for free.
I'll do it for free.
Check.
And the blinds are up. Still have 60 minutes before the first break of the day. We're now playing level 40. Blinds are 600,000, 1.2 million with a 1.2 million big blind ante.
And now that James is gone, I'm afraid I can't do human calculator anymore. It's just too much. Don't want to get another nosebleed. Velasevic, king, queen off on the button. Everyone's favorite double-suited paint. Cohen, c'est no possible. Oh, my goodness, never mind. We're defending 5 deuce off.
He's feeling the flow, feeling the flow.
Rats off to you, Lucian Cohen.
Energy, feeling the flow.
Feeling the flow, round and round. And I think this is what we can call a Lucian Cohen cooler right now. Top 2 versus bottom 1. I mean, you're not calling pre-flop with 5 deuce and then folding when you hit a 5, are you? Nope. Snap call. Could even cut to the camera in time. Turn card is a 4. So Cohen has to hit a 5 on the river to win this. Checks the second time. I mean, if I got called on the flop, I'm probably betting again here.
Yep. I mean, you're going to have plenty of 2-barrel bluffs here, so why not continue? Just keep it balanced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a bit.
2/3 pot and a quick fold from Cohen.
Yeah. I appreciate the 2 barrels there. I mean, maybe an ace-10 might 2-barrel there, jack-10 might 2-barrel there, 6-7 might 2-barrel there.
Jack-10 for sure, yeah.
Plenty of combos that you want a 2-barrel bluff with there, some of which will be semi-bluffs, of course, as well. And, yeah, picking up another pot. It's been going pretty smoothly there for Danilo. Now 35 big blinds.
And Cohen still leading more than twice the chips of D'Alessio. D'Alessio at 36 big blinds, 73 big blinds for Cohen. And Ankit Ahuja. Ahuja daddy. The short stack at the table, 10 big blinds. Action's folded around to Ahuja on the button, ace-6.
Yep.
Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts. It's going to be the effective all-in again, I think, Joe. That's what we've seen. It's basically the same spot as it was before. Offsuit ace from the button. He's got about 12 million. He's going to make it 11 million to go.
11.5 million.
Okay.
11.5 million. The near all-in, just in case the blinds decide to go bananas against each other with queens versus kings. Pocket 7s for Cohen. That is a call.
Yeah, so the call will stand, but it's the effective all-in. The chips are going to go on the flop no matter what, assuming the button doesn't.
Seems like the big blind has folded.
Sorry, Joe, correct. The big blind doesn't do anything there.
And we are going to see a flop. Ahuja can still get away from this. So can Cohen. They can check it down. Cohen thought he was calling it all in, or possibly raising enough to put Ahuja all in.
It looks like he's betting in the dark there, Joe, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's going to put him in no matter what. That was Cohen's plan all along, of course.
So we are just going to run it out, I guess. All right, well, 7s are ahead. Ahuja can now hit an ace or a 10. Double pair this board to counterfeit Cohen.
Mais j'ai rien, moi j'ai une paire de 7, mais bon, il peut gagner.
Lots of funky ways this can turn out still.
You're humble.
I'll take a jack. Just give me a sweat.
Ahuja wants the jack, potentially giving him counterfeit opportunities to go with his straight draw and one overcard to the 7s.
Attends, je me mets en spectacle chaud. Sniper.
Sniper, 10. Boom.
See, now that the money's in, fine.
Nobody folded a 10, right? Definitely nobody folded any.
Not a good card on the turn for Ahuja. Don't do that.
Yeah, Taylor just like.
It's amazing. Cohen's been acting up the entire tournament. One thing Ahuja does, she's like, don't do that. Jack on the river, no help for Ahuja. And a very similar story to Tielka. Got goaded into a massive call on the river when Cohen was nutted. And Ankit Ahuja has been eliminated in 5th place for 177,000 euros. And we are down to the final 4 players. Started with 6, 2 eliminations, that's 4. Human calculator in effect. Switching gears now into numbers. 6 minus 2 is 4. And Lucian Cohen continues to burn down.
Yeah, can we get the claps in the chat for Ahuja, though? I feel like he played very well, very solidly. Little misstep here on the final table, going into the final 6, but still consummate professional. Nice smile. Obviously happy with that result, Joe, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. And everyone is now guaranteed over 200K, $232,000. So quite a ladder right there for everyone. 60K ladder. Thanks to Lucian Cohen. And his hands that will not lose.
We just got 202 votes on the YouTube channel, Joe. People want Lucian Cohen to take it down. 46% of you on YouTube want Lucian to take it down here in Barcelona.
Dalesio and Velasevic, excuse me, going to the flop. Velasevic flopping a gut shot. Has the best hand with ace high as well. I gotta say, Nick, that if I were anyone but Lucian Cohen, I might be like, what do you guys think about a deal? What do you guys think about a deal?
Yeah, I mean, you got Lucian with 86 bigs, Ferdinando Dalesio 33.
Because Lucian Cohen, as we know, is not a professional poker player.
Right.
Maybe he could be talked into a deal without necessarily, let's say you got David Peters at this table with 86 big blinds. Next closest stack has 31. David Peters would be like, cool, give me better than first place money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, the graphics just updated here, guys. So Velasevic 31 bigs, Dalesio 31 bigs, Karadimos 26 bigs. So it's really one guy way out in front and 3 guys who got about the same stacks here. And obviously, we're getting into shallower territory. The variance increases as the blinds will increase. Big blinds need to be gambled and wagered to try and climb the ladder. So potentially a spot for a deal, but I just think Lucian would never agree to it.
Do you think that any player at this table is ever going to be able to watch the movie Ratatouille ever again?
Does make you wonder, was Lucian Cohen somehow the inspiration for that film?
Maybe could have had something to do with it. You never know.
Maybe he was a key investor. They just pitched it wrong. So you're telling me it's a movie about a rat man?
Business probably was booming after it came out, that's for sure. A little product placement.
So you're telling me you're making a movie about a rat man? I'm in. Do you want to see the script? No, I'm in.
Dalesio caught up on the turn, pairing his jack, and does get a free showdown out of position. And that's going to put a little distance between Dalesio and the bottom 2 stacks, who are now at 26 and 24 big blinds respectively. That's Karadimos and Velasevic on the bottom. 45 big blinds for Dalesio now. More like DeMario, huh? There you go. Boomer Rancher had a good follow-up for your joke that he was a key infestor in the movie.
I love that movie.
Sanjan YouTube asked, do players have to play with their own money? It doesn't have to be their own money necessarily, but someone's money. They have to buy in. The money has to be in
euros.
In euros and in their own possession at one point. But it doesn't have to be their own money. Like if your mommy wants to buy you in, that's fine. But someone has to.
It can actually technically be in dollars as well. I'm pretty sure you can buy in directly from your PokerStars account if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
Because you I'm re-raised all in. You call, I am raised.
Okay, I'm scared. Yeah,
okay.
That's good.
I don't know if you can really talk about what you're going to do either. I don't know, man. I'm always kind of torn in these situations. Like, the rules are there for a reason. I want people to have fun. I mean, look, what I think doesn't matter, by the way.
I think the rules are there for a reason. However, as we've discussed, intention is important, right, Joe? And there's plenty of situations, I'm sure we've both been at a poker table where, you know.
You can't really be like, hey, if you play back at me, I'm going to shove on you. Like, or can you? I don't know. I don't.
It is definitely worth consideration.
As someone who is more or less a non-player, I try not to have super strong opinions about these things, and just sort of point out that some people would have a problem with that.
Okay, little blind v blind spot now. 4 players left. Tons of action.
King deuce offsuit.
Like almost 30. 30 million total.
30 millions.
No, I know a lot of just sort of naked kings are defends. Is a king deuce offsuited defend?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Cohen might just decide to muck it anyway, but in position here, you're going to defend pretty much any king, any ace, any queen. It doesn't fancy it here. Yeah, that blind v blind spot, if you're not defending the right frequency, you're just going to get run down if your opponent starts to pick up on the fact you're willing to give those up. I don't really think that Cohen falls into that category. I think he's very willing to get in the mix and defend that spot enough, but King Deuce, definitely a tricky hand to play well. Just decided to let this one go, and I appreciate that too. When you see King Deuce, you're not really excited, are you, Joe?
No, not at all. I'm the opposite of excited. I'm like, oh, I have to defend this? Oh, jeez. Cohen with a two-handed peel.
You can get your mommy to buy you in. Oh man, that got me, Joe. Do you think Cohen got his mommy to buy him in?
Nah, man, I think that his business is booming.
Business is booming.
Raise and take it from Cohen, small to big.
Il est long le break. Eh, vous avez des cigarettes, hein, ne dites pas que vous n'avez pas de cigarettes. Faut pas en acheter. Hein. Non, mais vous en avez acheté quand même.
Four-handed poker. Nobody loves it more, Joe. I really like this stage in the tournament, guys. Love that everyone's forced to play a wider range. I love that aggression rules all. But if the cards keep falling in Lucian Cohen's favor, there's not a whole lot anyone can do to stop it.
I thought for sure that the break in the action was going to put an end to his golden run good, but nope.
Yep, and kudos to him as well. Made some very nice plays today, as well as having a good run of cards, and that's a pretty deadly combination. Has actually successfully pulled off a couple nice moves. D'Alessio probably wants to defend this big blind 100%, does call the raise.
Do you remember yesterday when he put his opponent exactly on 6-4 suited and was dead wrong? It was like Queen Jack. Well, He's got another shot for it. But no, it's just another top pair for Cohen. Gut shot for D'Alessio. Wait, did he bet 10 million?
Wow, yep, 10 million.
So Ankit Ahuja was a bit of a mystery. Really looking forward to seeing what he had to say. He spoke to Matt right after his bust out.
Congratulations for 5th place, 177K. How are you feeling about today?
It's a decent consolation prize, I guess, you know. So I'm okay. Yeah, I mean a bit like obviously it's not great right now, but I'm sure I'll be fine. So it's okay. Yeah.
How have you felt today about playing with Lucian Cohen, both today and overall in general?
He's tough, man. Like I said, like you just don't know what he's up to. It's hard, and he got me. So kudos to him, you know. And I hope he wins. Like he's having a blast. So yeah.
Great. And then final question, what does the rest of the week have in store for you? How long are you here? Are you going to play the main?
Yeah, I'm here for the full series, probably going to play the main in some time, maybe take a little bit of a break, but yeah, I'll be jumping in the main soon.
Well, I expected nothing less. He seemed like a class act, and he followed it up with a class act interview there. Didn't seem salty at all. I got to tell you, I'd be pretty butthurt myself after something like that.
C'est le deuxième que t'envoies à la caisse comme ça. Parce que l'Espagnol.
Still classing it up.
Yeah, super classic.
Wanted to address a question we just saw in the YouTube chat about the mini EPT. Is happening during this event. 3 mini EPTs every day. They start at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 Central European time every day. So not available everywhere. If they're in your client, they are available there. And we wish you luck.
Non, j'ai fait plaisir. Roi Valet, je te lâche pas normalement. Roi Valet, t'es pas non plus à la main. Oh, mais. Roi Valet, je l'ai envoyé tout le temps.
A couple of raise and take it's. Well, we got a walk for Cohen. Then a raise and take it for D'Alessio.
Vous ne pouvez pas rentrer chez toi avec moi. C'est vrai. N'empêche, ça va vite, hein, ça descend vite. Hein.
T'as de quoi on va revenir.
Non, pas pour moi, je parle pour vous.
Ouais, nous, ça
va falloir que ça bouge. Hein. Moi, je peux venir, bien sûr, mais vous, il faut que ça bouge. C'est ce que j'ai envie de vous dire.
Aaron Paul Kramer, good question. Someone beat you to this joke, though, and it wasn't me. You think all of Cohen's checking is because he's used to setting traps? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question, indeed. On the button, King 8 suited. Yes, please. I like some of this. Cohen doesn't want a piece, though. Really feeling it out. Our notorious field player. Just chilling. Karadimos, 22 bigs. These two players actually sitting about the same stack depth. So I think we probably see a defend here. 7-5 off seems perfectly fine if you want to call. I think you probably should be. That button open is going to be quite wide, and therefore you'll probably have enough equity to defend this and play it from out of position. 7-9 queen.
Right in the window. Karadimos jumps out in front.
Probably would expect to see a continuation here, but obviously on this final table, the dynamic changes considerably, and we do see a lot more checking, which is in line with sort of ICM adjustments that we're supposed to be making.
And this 9 on the turn, you're going to like that 7 a lot more now.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an opportunity for a bet if Karadimos wants to take it. He's going to play it safe. I do think leading this turn will get you value from some king high, maybe from some ace high, maybe from some straighty draws, maybe some backdoor flushy draws that wanted to check the flop. I can imagine if he's checking king 8 suited, he might be tempted to check a hand like ace 5 of spades here. In any case, the delayed c-bet from the king 8 suited now. So Karadimos, having checked the turn, probably is supposed to always call at this stage. Yeah, if there's chips going in on the turn regardless, and he does make the correct call.
Oh, no.
That's a bummer.
Oh, no. Counterfeit City. queens and nines with the 7 kicker, playing the board.
Karadimos just checks. And I mean, unless he wants to suddenly turn his hand into a bluff and rep the 9, rep the queen, it's just one of those spots. Yeah, counterfeited, unfortunately. And king high is going to take this one down.
River Rat. I had you. And that firmly puts Petros Karadimos into last place. Fewer than 20 big blinds now. Velasevic in a crisp white shirt, peaking right now at 30 big blinds.
Thank you.
Third in chips.
You got to wonder what happens if he leads instead of check calling turn, Joe. I wonder if that convinces the king high to fold. Probably not the ace high as often, so maybe it might have been the same outcome regardless, but there you have it.
Pa nije, sad ovaj si novac ima najmanje. Sad ovaj si novac. Pa da, što sad ima možda 24-5 miliona.
A lot of support for Lucian Cohen in the chat. Got a little quieter now that he hasn't picked up a hand in a while. Action is on the Rat Man. 3.2 million, I believe he said, with the Queen Jack offsuit. There it is.
Cohen increasing his raise size here. And
oh, baby.
That is going to be effective all in for Karadimos.
Ace-queen domination situation.
Oh, wow. Really?
Sorry, now is that just another just call with an all-in dark on the flop situation?
He's not on.
We've done this before.
Yeah. Wow. And Cohen looks to be punting off with the Queen Jack. Very much dominated Karadimos.
So will it be 1 or 2 jacks on the flop?
Trying to avoid the commentator's curse, but Karadimos is in a pretty good situation to find a double.
It does have a few chips left behind that will have to work out on the flop. Okay, we've got a blind all in from Cohen, who is not in position. Sorry, is in position. It's not first to act, excuse me.
Can Cohen find the domination rotation to exit yet another player from our final table?
Sam says no jacks in the flop, but I do see the king 10-9 possibly. Well, let's see it. 9 high flop. Now the rest of the money has gone in. Cards on their backs. Karadimos in better shape now than before the flop. Has faded the jack on the first 3 cards. Turn and river still to come. Has Cohen doubled up anyone at any point?
Yeah, great question. 85%. Can Karadimos hold?
Cohen calling for the jack.
Jack. Jack.
3 ball. 1 card to fade for Karadimos. 93% chance he survives and doubles up. That is a straight for Karadimos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And doubles up to 47 million, and things are a lot more even now.
Absolutely.
Between the 3 non-Cohen players. Cohen still at 75 big blinds. 40 for D'Alessio. Karadimos doubles up to 40. And Velasevic with 28 big blinds.
Yeah, Joe, I got to say, I mean, as you mentioned, Cohen's still sitting very pretty. 74 big blinds, still far and away our chip leader. But I would argue that's a pretty significant misstep for that number of big blinds. And yeah, it's just it's a big chunk of equity that you're just giving up there with queen high, and I just don't see it winning enough to make that a spot where you want to gamble.
That's one of those spots where you are lucky if you're flipping, and then you have to be lucky enough to win the flip. You have to be double lucky there.
Yep. So, deep breath for Cohen. 74 big blinds, still very, very comfortable. Definitely does not put him anywhere near the danger zone. Hand number 42. Does Cohen want to get back in the mix right away? No, makes the fold. And stacking his chips right there. That's Karadimos.
Yes.
Karadimos does fold the button. Onto the blinds. King 10 for D'Alessio. Nice. Limps in. King 4 for Velasevic. Another domination situation. He's going to check, and we are headed to the flop. Ace, jack, jack. One of these king highs is good. The other is not. A bet of 1.2 million by D'Alessio. Velasevic calls with king high, which would be good some of the time. Just outkicked in this particular instance. D'Alessio has checked this time.
Still a 25% chop opportunity.
Check, check. River card is a chop card. Aces and jacks with the king kicker. And D'Alessio's bet 2.5 million should be a pretty easy call here with the nothing. King high ties with king high. This hand is a chop, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice river.
Sometimes you gotta have the less than perfect chop pot songs
King of Hearts, yes.
to make the perfect chop pot songs stand out a little bit more.
That was pretty good.
Oh wow, we're getting high scores on that. I thought that I personally I thought that was
we've definitely been. I was trying to harmonize, so I think I messed it up a little bit. But I meant to go low, and I just went normal Nick voice.
It's like every non-poker audition I've ever had. I go in and say the lines, and they're like, "Do you want to try that again, but like a little bigger?" And I go, "Yeah, no problem." And then I say it the exact same way I said it the first time.
What was that movie? Is it Lost in Translation or something where they keep telling him to do it with more
intensity,
louder,
whatever, something like that. James knows the line. Ringovsky says that song sucks too. Actually, I think you'll find that it's you who sucks. You banned. Thank you for your comment. Jawson asks, is this the main event or the high roller? This is the Estrellas Poker Tour main event. A 1K buy-in. Our coverage of the EPT main event begins tomorrow. Ten, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. Cohen's ace high is best for now. Karadimos with lots of ways to win this.
Yeah, I like a continuation here. This is totally cool. can probably afford to go nice and small as well. Yeah, 2.5 to make you laugh. 2.5 to make you laugh.
Turn card is the 10 of diamonds. No player holds a diamond.
Yeah, I like a check here too. Just pot control. You're going to have the best hand with king higher here some of the time as well. Not the best run outs, but I'm not sure if Cohen bluffs this spot either, so you might just be able to check in position.
I think we have seen Cohen bluff
the four flush
boards at least once.
Nice.
That's not a huge bet, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as far as sizing goes, I think this is really cool, right? Because he's telling a believable story. He just, you know, backdoored into diamonds and he wants to get paid. Definitely a sort of value betty size and a very, very difficult call for Karadimos.
Whoa, value betty.
Hey, my friend, no good. You pay.
I believe Cohen showed the bluff
Avec
there.
rien, je sais pas, les mecs, ils ont peur, ils sont sur eux.
As he is wont to do.
Marre de ça.
Mizumo says he's not doing the dance. Equals bluff. Not a terrible observation.
Yeah, potentially picking up on the reads there.
By the way, like, I think that he bluffs so infrequently on the river that you could just probably profitably fold every single river against him, and sometimes it will be a bluff, but the rest of the time you're like gonna save yourself a lot.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, again, got to give Cohen credit. He seems to be changing gears. We've seen a lot more bluffing, both pre-flop and post-flop, than we did in yesterday's session. I wonder how the dynamic changes when they catch up with the delay here, Joe.
I don't see a ton of information being shared and or utilized, but it doesn't mean just because I don't see it that it's not happening.
Sure.
Cohen flops top pair, second pair for Karadimos.
Just another great spot for Cohen to accumulate chips. Karadimos probably going to fire this one. Sorry, excuse me, make the call. And there you go. A little bit of help for Karadimos. Tripped nines now. Quick check from Cohen.
Somehow Cohen checks. Karadimos taking a page from the Cohen book and improving on the turn. We don't see this very often.
2 million on the turn. It's a 1/3 pot size. Cohen calls, and I think at this point, Karadimos has got to be loving life. He's got to be thinking, wow, they've really got him on the hook with something here.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, dear.
And Cohen checks.
Wait, did he do the thing where he picked up chips and then checked?
It looks like it.
Oh, you know what that means.
What does it mean?
That means they've got showdown, but they don't want you to bet, so you just absolutely pile drive the river. 12 million on the river.
Is it that obvious? I think I do that.
It's honestly one of the worst situations you can put yourself in.
4.5 million into 10 million.
What do you say?
I like Karadimos. He doesn't say a lot, but you can tell there's a lot going on in there.
He's got kind eyes.
He calls. And a rare hand where someone gets the best of Lucian Cohen. Big spot for Karadimos. And with that, Karadimos jumps up into second place. Not much further ahead of D'Alessio, but a couple of big blinds. And Velasevic is now 4th of 4 with 29 big blinds.
Yeah, it all adds up. I do wonder if Karadimos could have made a few more big blinds on that river. Like I said, when you see that pickup chips check situation, it's just one of those spots where I just think your opponent really doesn't want to fold, but they definitely don't want you to bet either. So you're going to know you're good there a ton.
Man, I didn't know everybody knew about that.
I mean, it'll work against some people, for sure, if you want them to slow down.
No, it's never worked for me. Ever. Huh. By the way, that's the kind of thing that people, and I'm talking about myself here, who have no idea what GTO is, are like, maybe I'll do the hidden ball trick. You're just like resorting to weird trick plays that never work.
Weird tactics.
You're just bad at poker. The Statue of Liberty play in football. You're like, I'm not very good at this, but let's try to hide the ball under someone's shirt.
You've got the boat on a paired board, and you go, I bet you don't have trips, and then you go all in.
Yes, all the dumb stuff that relies heavily on you just making insane hands.
You cold deck someone really bad, and you're just like, yeah, see, a speech play gets him every time.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like the Griffin versus Will Kassouf. Good job, Griffin. You got a guy to shove with kings. You're a real Svengali. Lucian Cohen, queen, deuce. FTA, first to act.
FTA. I actually put FTA in my most recent PokerStars Learn course.
Did you?
Yeah, I was thinking about you the whole time. I'm making it a thing, Joe. We're making it a thing.
I think we could eventually make it. Look at all the other things. I took All It Takes Is a Chip and a Chair.
Yeah.
Made that a thing.
Yeah, hopefully I'll release that course on the coming up sharpish, guys. But a couple Joe Stapleton inspirations in there.
Ace 5 deuce, 2 hearts, top pair, top kicker for D'Alessio. No pair and no draw for Velasevic. Oh, now it has a pair.
Wow, did it go check on the flop as well?
It sure did.
It's a blindy blind spot, of course. That makes sense.
Now D'Alessio's delay. No, D'Alessio never raised.
Right.
Limped in with the ace king, so not a c-bet at all, just a bet.
Stabbing turn, probing turn, something like that. Great run out for the ace king here. I would make it 6.1 million on the river.
It's more like 4 million.
Looks like it. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you're beating missed flush draws, you're beating some straight draws. Your opponent didn't bet the flop. You're going to expect him to bet ace king on this flop to be balanced quite often.
Is there anything read into the limp in also?
Not necessarily, because I think if they're playing good blind v blind strategy, there's going to be enough traps that contain ace king, so it's not representing weakness necessarily, because you're probably going to do this with.
No, what I'm saying is it doesn't represent more traps. Do you think it's pretty balanced?
I think it should be balanced, yeah. These guys do seem pretty confident. I think you're just going to cry and call with a 7 here a ton, especially for the 4 mil. Yeah, he's got it. Look, ace 5 deuce is a board that people really tend to overbluff when it's gone limp check, blind v blind, right? So as soon as you see a check on that flop texture, you're thinking, okay, like you could be trapping an ace, but also you could have second pair, third pair that he's just trying to get the showdown with too. So I'm beating all that stuff. Plus I'm missing the missed flush draw on the turn. Plus I'm beating the missed flush draw on the flop. Yeah, tough spot. Kind of a cold deck, and the ace king trap check on the flop definitely worked in his favor here.
Remember the keys to the Lambo?
Yep.
Comment. We got one here on YouTube that's in the same ballpark. John Wick, 17, says, in this type of tournament, only arrogance and silence will be on top. But who will get the final run?
Wow. Okay, I'm not sure if this has ever been done before, Joe. I'm actually going to try and do a cross-platform copy pasta.
Oh, okay.
We've done it.
I will admit, copy pasta is a lot more fun on Twitch.
It definitely is. Cross-platform copy pasta. He's not wrong, though, Joe.
Who will get the final run?
Who will get the final run?
Oh, we had an ace on ace action there, and it ended pre-flop. In this type of tournament, only arrogance and silence will be on top, but who will get the final run?
If you say it with enough confidence, it kind of works.
Do you think that when I do the trophy presentation
Yes.
at the end, I can say, and the person who got the final run?
Is there any like special like commendations for people to get the final run in a season of baseball or something like that?
I don't think so, but at least it makes sense.
Arrogance and silence. Okay.
Cohen now limping in with an ace. Beautiful hand to take a free flop, 6-5 suited.
Oh yeah, beautiful stuff.
Queen, 9-7, heart, gut shot for Karadimos. Backdoor diamonds for Karadimos. 6 draw, 5 draw for Karadimos. Doesn't need it.
Nice little run here for Karadimos, chipping up after he got that double ace queen versus queen jack. And, you know, like I said, Joe, I appreciate Cohen can afford to gamble a little bit in that situation, but once you get the ball rolling, it can be hard to stop it. And we see Karadimos here stacking chips, and he's becoming a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Cohen now getting a little bit closer to second place, and Karadimos getting a little bit closer to the top 2 spots.
You know me, Nick. You know what I'm rooting for every single time. Deal. The closer they get together, the closer I get my wish.
Nobody loves it more. Queen 10 for Cohen on the button.
Nobody loves a deal more than Joe Stapleton. Do you know what I say when I'm in a tournament and they propose a deal?
Yes.
I say, first of all, I've only ever been the chip leader when a deal's been proposed. Sorry, that's not true. The times when I have been chip leader, I say yes, but only if we chop it evenly. And people go, what? I go, yes.
Yes, I just want to chop it.
But we have to chop it even. They're like, you don't want more? I'm like, nope. Let's just chop it even.
Joe, there's one thing that you failed to recognize in that situation.
Did I give him the keys to the Lambo?
No, only arrogance and silence will be on top. In that case, nobody gets the final run, I'm afraid, though, so it doesn't quite work.
I do say that, but I want to be declared the winner. And they go, no problem.
Yeah,
I've won 9 of these.
Karadimos on the button got a nice combo, King 10 of the offsuit variety.
You want to go $1,700 in equity in a $180 tournament so that you get to say you won? No problem, pal. Got 4 of these trophies in the trunk of my car. I'll give you 2 of them.
I'll do a deal. It's got to be an even chop. And we got to go put in the slot machine right after this. Big blind is going to 3-bet using the king suit, king at 6 offsuit. And I think it was a quick fold. Does get the best hand to fold. Karadimos and Alessio definitely getting in a good position to start taking chunks from Lucian Cohen if they can find the right spots.
Oh, for me. Café Conice, mineral water. Non, je veux pas le boire. One respect, en plus.
And still water. Oh, this one.
Still water runs the deepest. Alessio folds the button.
No look, hein.
9 tray is not a play in anywhere.
Mais elle me paye, hein.
Cohen gets a walk.
I know. Respect.
Respect. Thank you very much.
Respect.
Non, on veut la pause, elle ferait bien la pause. C'est bien venu voir. J'ai contracté.
R-E-S-T-E-C-P. Do you even know what that spells? Restekpa?
En plus, c'est là, il n'y a pas. Tout le monde est un peu à l'équilibre.
What is that, lock stock?
Ali G.
Ali G.
Ils ont combien, eux?
R-E-S-T-E-C-P. Do you even know what that spells?
Lucian with 6 deuce. Spades.
Looks like he's raising the small blind. This is on the smaller side, though, Joe.
King deuce for Karadimos.
So Karadimos is the effective stack, 38 big blinds after he puts in big blind and big blind ante. King deuce, I think, mandatory defend, especially versus the smaller sizing. Cohen probably should be making this closer to 3.5 or 4 big blinds pre-flop. When you're out of position here, you definitely do want to have a size that dissuades your opponents from calling. But, you know, you could just also flop the straighty flushy draw. That's cool, too.
I mean, how many boards has Cohen just straight up bricked?
Just never.
None, right? Like almost 0. 4 on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Straightenized, and it gives Karadimos the open-ender.
Of all the draws that he could have made, Joe, this is the most disguised, and you gotta love this turn.
And Karadimos with king high, a king that might be live.
A king high that might still be good.
Might be the best
technically.
hand.
Yeah, and the straight draw.
And the straight draw. I mean, an ace would be real dirty. River, not an ace, luckily for Karadimos.
Still a spade for Cohen. Oh, and he's checking!
The Exterminator, once again, laying out the piece of cheese.
Okay, you got to give it to him, though, Joe. In this case, this is actually a legitimate check. Well, I was going to say this actually is a legitimate checking trap. As opposed to some scenarios yesterday where he was checking in situations where he never gets the bluff.
Everything.
He got it all again. I mean, this dude just made more hands in one hand than I have made in the last year. A straight and a flush in the same hand. I would love to make a straight in one tournament. One.
You got to manifest, Joe.
Updated chip counts. 12 minutes left on the level. I played like 11 and a half hours in the main event. Flopped a flush one hand. That was it. No sets, no straights, no other flushes.
You got to manifest, Joe.
Lost with pocket queens, lost with pocket jacks. You did not make it through the day.
You create your reality, mate.
I guess I spend most of my reality creation on my outside life, which I can't talk about here, but Nick, you've seen it. It's pretty good. What would you rather have? Would you rather have hot tubs on the rooftop of a London hotel, or would you rather flop a set in a poker tournament? I know what I'm manifesting.
Yeah, baby, you got it.
Karadimos, 9 tray suited. Ace 10 for Delesio. Feels like a re-raiser.
Definitely go a couple different ways here. Karadimos 30 bigs. I think a flat's pretty reasonable given the final table dynamic, but it's, you know, I think you can go either way. You might just randomize this one and just decide to go.
He decided
flat.
Delesio is DeMario. Just calling. And the ace of diamonds for Delesio. Backdoor diamonds. Karadimos 9. Very strong at this point. Second pair. Best hand.
Karadimos with a really interesting decision here. Does have reasonable showdown with second pair. Not the best kicker. Definitely a board where he's going to get value from some 7x, from some diamonds, which he's unblocking. Plenty of straight draws still need to call versus the small sizing here as well. And there is a call. Ace of diamonds in hand is definitely going to be a consideration here for Delesio.
Wow.
Drills the turn.
Yeah. Takes the lead on the turn with the pair of 10s and is drawing to a nutted hand. Drawing to the nut flush. good news for Karadimos is that this looks like a very bad card for his hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just mucks the loser. What can you do? Stay in when you're ahead, fold when you're behind.
Yeah, he's done really well there to get away. And D'Alessio now sitting with about 53-ish bigs. Just quietly getting it, right? Haven't heard too much from D'Alessio. Very focused, very in the moment. Feeling the flow.
I mean, D'Alessio played the exact same way yesterday. Really didn't seem to have a lot of confrontations at all.
Yep.
Managed to avoid getting into any sticky spots with Lucian Cohen or anyone else.
Yeah, just getting it quietly and scooping some pots once in a while. Cohen is going to play under the gun, Queen 7 suited. This seems fine. We are four-handed again, guys, so those ranges do get a lot wider. UTG in this case actually being the cutoff. Folds all the way around, and Cohen picks it up.
Hopefully that coffee kicks in 8 minutes when we're on break. Blah, 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 blah. Ansel on YouTube asks, what are the stack sizes? So that's the number of chips that each player has. When we refer to a stack size, it means the chips, the number of chips a player has. We sometimes call it a stack. Thank you for your question.
We now have 1,499 votes in for who are you rooting for, and Lucian Cohen still 44%, holding strong.
Well, we've only seen one card for Karadimos. Jack of clubs. Velasevic in the small blind.
6.6.
Free betting. 6,600,000. Karadimos pushes his cards into the muck. Nice pickup there for Velasevic, who ekes out of 4th place. And now Karadimos is technically the shortest, although they are more or less even. Just over 5 minutes left on the level. I'll get a couple more hands in. Great pace of this event, by the way. No shot clock. Everyone keeping up their end of the bargain.
Yeah, absolutely. D'Alessio decides to open up the ace tray. Karadimos has a defender in the big blind, in my opinion. Four-handed 6-5 off will be fine. Although this was open to 3.2. So actually on the bigger side, might dissuade Karadimos. He has been pretty willing to defend his big blinds thus far, though. Looks like a call.
Such a disappointing hand to have to defend 6-5 off.
Yeah.
You can justify folding just about anything worse.
You're getting there, yeah, for sure. And it's a pretty nice board for D'Alessio just to have a really small continue. Karadimos 23 bigs. I wouldn't be surprised to see quarter pot sizing on this flop texture, maybe even smaller than that, maybe like closer to 1 big blind. Yeah, really nice sizing there from D'Alessio. Just looking really professional out there. Been very impressed with this guy. Definitely sizing it really nicely in pretty much every situation we've seen thus far, and correctly identifying that drier board texture and targeting it with a smaller bet to great effect. exec on YouTube saying, "Do the high stakes come soon?"
Wait, is that a statement or a question?
I think it was a question,
Okay.
but yeah, I'm sorry that 700,000 euros for first isn't doing it for you, buddy. Sorry to bring you this low stakes poker, guys. The stakes have in fact never been higher in this tournament, Joe.
I believe the super high roller first place prize was 750,000 euros, and the first place prize in this event is 676,000 euros. So,
yeah.
No, I know for a lot of people, 100K is a big difference, but in terms of poker, pretty much the same prize.
Yeah, the stakes have literally never been higher for an Estrellas ever in the history of the Earth. So these are pretty high stakes. Hope you're enjoying the show.
At 6 on the turn, does give Alessio some 5s as outs. Of course, Karadimos has one of those and has the best hand with queen high. And that increased equity was enough to get a bet and a fold. So we did moments ago see a shot of D'Alessio's mom Yolanda on the rail. And I guess D'Alessio's whole family is here. Vincenzo, his dad, Italo, his uncle, and Massimo, his cousin.
Cohen back in the mix.
First to act, making it 3.2 million with ace-9 offsuit. Ace-4 offsuit for Karadimos on the button. Not the greatest spot here.
Seems like quite a few players going for this 3.2 sizing, Joe. It's definitely a little bit unconventional. You'd expect to see closer to 2, but we've seen it from Cohen. We've seen a little bit of this from D'Alessio as well just now. Karadimos looks like he's sizing up a raise. It's going to be a big chunk of his stack, though, if you're three-betting the initial open of 3.2. $7.4. Not quite a click back. No, it's a smaller 3-bet, but it's going to be
effective.
It's going to be very effective on the final table. Obviously, you're just going to instill a lot more fear. These guys are sweating these big pay jumps.
25 million. I started with 28.
Is D'Alessio thinking about pulling some weird cold 4-bet? That would be very weird. Yeah, no, it doesn't go for it. I was going to say that would be some wild read there. Looks like Cohen's already snap folded. Nicely timed from Karadimos, putting in about a quarter of his stack there pre-flop, Joe.
Yes, sir.
He's going to pick it up.
And to your point about the Queen-Jack cold 4, I think it's good just to think about it, right? To go through all your options. It's a mistake I make a lot where I kind of limit myself and don't actually think about all the options.
So it's that, and also, Joe, I think it might have just been a great opportunity to ask the guy how much he had in his stack, right? As opposed to asking in a later pot when you're like, when you don't actually want to ask him in the middle of the hand, right?
Good. So that's a great observation.
You know, when you're halfway through a pot and you're going, I forgot how many chips this guy had at the start of the hand, and you don't want to ask him in the middle of the hand because you feel like you're going to give something away.
Sure.
You just let him do the work for you and ask in that situation, and then in future pots you're going to know where you're at.
Excellent point. Looks like this is going to be the last hand of the level, last hand before our first break of the day. And it's going to be Karadimos who starts the action with Queen 8. D'Alessio is going to flat on the button with Ace 10. Cohen's got a 10, but it's a bad one. I don't think even for a big, no, okay.
I don't know if you're feeling it, chat, but I'm starting to feel, I don't know if frustration is the word, but Cohen looks like he's getting a little bit bored.
Chasing a little bit, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
Hasn't hit a hand in, like, 2 orbits, and Oh,
Wow.
my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Jeepers.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, look. There's GTO players, and there's field players. And he was feeling it with 10 tray off in the big blind. Top and bottom pair.
Wow.
Karadimos headed for break, leaving D'Alessio and Cohen to duke it out. And Cohen, once again, getting min value.
No,
checks it
all the way down again.
On 2 streets. Let's top pair.
Oh, no. You got to put in a value bet, Cohen, at some point, buddy.
Hachi machi. I don't know what to say. All right, my babies. Time for the first break of the day. 4-handed. Everyone guaranteed 232,000. But everybody trying to win that 676,000 euro first place prize. Coming up on the break. Stuff. I thought they had the stuff here. No, it's Classic Hands with Lucian Cohen. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
The young Norwegian, Ole Christian Nergard, with 726,000. And there he is, and he has got Lucian Cohen at risk. Oh good, he's got the big rat with him today.
What is up with this guy, James?
The fact that Thomas Kremser is watching him like a hawk tells you everything you need to know.
And the one who looks like the child is the one acting like a grown-up.
Not a good flop for Ace King.
A queen would have Cohen drawing dead to hitting one of the 2 remaining 10s.
And now the Deauville champion needs an ace or a king on the river. Yeah! Ace hit the ace! And he's getting it quietly.
That guy won an EPT.
Excuse me, I'm very happy.
Nergard looks like he just got his Xbox taken away.
Uh-oh. Lucian Cohen's on his feet again, and he's picked up that bloomin' rat.
I never thought I'd say this, but I prefer Humberto Brenes' shark antics.
Ace, 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 ace.
Cohen has called the all-in of Jason Grad. Cohen is a 2-1 favorite going to the flop.
No ace, no ace, no ace, no ace.
I don't think he wants an ace.
No ace, Lucky, no ace, no ace, no ace, Lucky, no ace.
Doesn't want a king either.
Lucky, no ace, no king, huh? Oh.
A king would counterfeit his hand.
No ace, no ace, no king, huh? Oh, 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 jolie poupée, tu me fais rêver.
Rod does not look entertained.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh, nothing like an excessive celebration.
Oh, that was really rude, man. It was rude.
Excuse me, Mr. I am the expensive.
Okay.
Whatever that means. So Jason Grad is eliminated from the EPT Grand Final.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucky.
Let's head out to the field where Lucian Cohen is stroking his lucky rat one more time.
Lucian Cohen can be silently annoying as well.
He's moved all in. Alex Gomez has folded. Hugo Lemaire has a pair of 8s.
Lemaire's got 1% equity in this pot.
He's made the call, and Cohen shows his jack.
I mean, losing's bad, but losing to this guy.
At least he's remaining silent.
Stroking that big rubber rat.
He knows he has to avoid the excessive celebration to avoid a penalty.
Yeah.
Oh, but he just can't help himself.
Sure, Lemaire appreciates it.
Words fail me. So Cohen doubles up to become a big stack.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me, sir.
And we get a shove from one of the small stacks at the table. Petit shoving for his last 11.5K.
Was Petit shoving from the small?
Nope.
Would have been a triple threat.
Well, just Phil Ivey in the big blind, looking as interested as ever.
I think that early Ivy has some like taunt one tendencies with the looking around, mouth open.
That's so weird that you call them Tom Dwan tendencies. I would say Tom Dwan had Phil Ivey tendencies.
Yeah, that's true.
So Ivey calls the all-in with ace-7.
He wants the dealer to turn the cards just a little more to the side.
Uh-oh.
Flops a gut shot.
See ya.
Wow.
Oh.
Dead to a chop.
Wait, you can hit a jack.
Oh, of course.
Straight.
A better straight. I just didn't think that was even a possibility, because I never thought in a million years that the very first hand we would see of Phil Ivey on the EPT would be a hand where he lost.
When you said only a 7 would tell me I was going to lose that pot. I thought I was going to lose it when you said that. It's okay. Not your fault.
Phil taking out his frustration on the guy calling the cards.
Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. It's like, oh, you didn't know either. Like the, you know, what the floor says stands. No, sorry, you lost. The floor didn't announce you're out.
Ivey nonchalantly raises the button with King Queen.
Have you done that because you have a hand, or it's because you're duty on the button?
You picked the wrong guy, buddy.
Yeah. Punch him, Phil. Oh my god. Oh! What?
He's going to call out the small blind. Lex is slightly perplexed by that move.
That's
He's going to outplay Ivey.
Oh, please do it.
So Ivey with the gut shot to Broadway.
Pierce laying the trap.
Here we go. So we all want the check raise here, right? That's what we're all hoping for. Ah.
That's why we remember Ivy and not Mr. Pierce.
Yeah. I wonder if that guy knows he's playing against Phil Ivey.
I mean,
I remember when the American guys, when they would come over to Europe, I remember seeing Doyle for the first time. I believe it was in EPT London somewhere.
Yes.
But anytime somebody made their debut on the European scene, it was always kind of a big thing.
I mean, I can't believe that there was anyone playing in this event who would not know who Phil Ivey is.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you, I mean, boy, I really hate it with the 7-9, huh? What are you doing? You trying to flop 6-8-10 specifically?
Oh, here comes Reet Petit with his ace-queen.
Is it from the little blind this time?
No.
Whoops.
Stuff.
Not a fair fight. Down to 1% equity, running cards needed. Okay, good shot with a 3 on the river. But it's a 6, aces hold, and Petit is eliminated by Ivey. Raise with ace-king, and all in with ace-king.
Look at that face. Come on.
And Ivy's all in. With queens. Oh, what a great spot when you're up against guys who counterfeit each other.
Is this the age of, oh my god, I can still fold ace king pre-flop?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I guess
But
he's
they all
facing...
think about it.
But also, this is the original raiser who's facing 2 all-ins, right?
Yeah.
He's going to let it go.
This is one I always tell him. I had the same hand, bro. I had the same hand. Yeah, there you go.
Just did it. That's really made him feel better about himself.
Scheiße.
Ivy's really not going to like that when the ace peels.
Oh. Clubs aren't working for him either.
Because...
You seen a club?
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Oh!
Oh, my goodness.
That's why he's Phil Ivey and you're not.
Ivy looks like the kind of guy who just spiked a set on the turn.
And we can't. He's out.
Oh, shake hands, shake hands. Yes.
I have a hand this time. It's not a button move. I have a hand. You can look on the. You can look on the television later, next month.
Or in 14 years' time.
This guy has all the classic poker jokes. Like somebody raised on the button, do you have a hand, or it's just because you have position? And now he makes it in reverse.
Yeah, but Lex, this is original material at the time.
You can look the television next month, but they probably won't show this hand.
I love that. So this guy basically said we're not going to show that hand on TV. We're obstinately going to include it, even though there was no consequential action. Continuing to bring you action from EPT 3 Barcelona. Live commentary on a 14-year delay. This tournament played in Barcelona in September of 2006. Phil Ivey making his first appearance on the European Poker Tour and raising the button here with 8-7.
Can't have a hand every time on the button.
Yes, he gets a hand too. This is his moment. Come on.
Is he going to do it with or without more chirping, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe he flats here.
Steven announces a race.
All right, good.
It's not big enough for a raise.
Critical beatdown says, does he go quiet now? He has a hand. Looks like it. All of a sudden, not so chatty.
He had a hand before, though. He said so. You can see it on TV in a month.
I mean, the best way for Phil to outplay him here would be to fold.
Yeah.
I would like you to call me.
Oh, God.
Well, now.
No, you don't. I don't care what your cards are. No one wants to play a hand out of position against Phil Ivey post-flop.
I love
Well,
this.
it depends on what the flop is, but yes, you're mostly correct.
Aren't you supposed to be pros?
I told you they cannot come back to Brazil, though.
Stop taking my money.
Down it, Mario!
Either keep every hand or muck a 7 and get ace-king suited.
I love it.
I love poker!
I only show because I like to see the reaction.
Poker, here she is.
3,000. We're playing euros? That's like 10 grand.
You want to? We just give her our money. Here you go. Take it. Take it.
Yeah! Is it going to be a cheeseburger?
It is time for the bomb pot.
I will trade this one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5-second man!
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Live coverage continues at the final table of the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. It's the Estrellas main event, which started with 7,398 entries and is now down to the final 4 players. Lucian Cohen, a former EPT champion, leads with close to 100 million chips. Ferdinando D'Alessio from Belgium has 42 bigs. Petros Karadimos from Greece has 20 bigs. The shortest stack is Danilo Velasevic from Serbia with 18 big blinds. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Griffin Benja.
Hello everyone.
Welcome to Barcelona, Griffin. And during the break, we did see a teaser of a brand new show starring Sam Grafton, Maria Ho and Alexandra Botez. Griffin, you're in that as well, right?
You guys were filming that?
Yes, it premieres Sunday, September 10th on the PokerStars YouTube channel. There are 6 installments. It's a brand new cash game format. Griffin is indeed part of that show. Parker Talbot and Fabiano Kowalski being the other players in the mix. New episodes every Sunday on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Don't want to say too much about it, Griffin, because obviously you don't want any spoilers, but I think we've got a taste there that there are mystery prizes, big pots being played, forfeits. I think it's clear at one point you're on a 5-second shot clock. I hope you found it a lot of fun to play.
I did find it a lot of fun, and you'll notice that I'm fourth billing at best. As you see this little graphic here. So a very star-studded cast, and it was a blast to play.
It's become a tradition that started in Barcelona last year, that your name gets left off.
Yes, of course.
So yeah, make sure you check out episodes of the Mystery Cash Challenge. We filmed it in Monte Carlo at the last leg of the EPT. It's going to debut the same weekend that WCOOP starts. Of course, the World Championship of Online Poker starts that Sunday. So a great opportunity to grind and watch something on the YouTubes at the same time. Obviously, for the next few days, you've got live coverage from the EPT. All those players competing on day 1B of the European Poker Tour main event. We're going to start streaming that from tomorrow. There is just a small matter of closing out this tournament first. The prize money, Griffin, is ridiculous when you consider this is a €1,000 buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see, these kind of first place prizes for 1K buy-ins. So to see it here, in Barcelona, it doesn't really surprise me that much because of, the kind of turnouts we get here. So many players come out to play here at EPT Barcelona, but still, when you see that number, you just think, wow, to turn €1,000 into that amount is insane.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. 29.5, yeah, a little bit above 30.
Players just verifying their stacks.
Yeah, 28. No, bad pitch. Close. Yeah, you're developer. Just being off. It's very happy for you. Crazy man, red man. No red man, crazy man.
Rat man, crazy man.
Everybody loves him in this.
Bon,
They voted for you. They want you to win the tournament, you know? The stream loves you.
Dis-moi ce qu'il a dit.
The stream loves him. They voted, half of the stream voted him to win.
Yes, il a dit que le premier, il supportait quoi, que tout le monde pensait que
The sharks and the rat.
My friend, I don't
you know you love it. You know you love it.
Professional.
It doesn't matter.
Ratman.
So I'm guessing they're referring to the poll we ran on YouTube. Who do you want to see win? And yeah, more than half the audience wants Lucian Cohen to lift that trophy.
The man, comment on dit, dis-lui au début, je te trouvais antipathique. Maintenant, je trouve sympathique. Et maintenant, to know is good. Because no smile.
Yeah, we need some smile.
That's the poker. Yeah, you sure it's money, it's very good, man. Hey.
We need to have the fun as well.
Baruch Hashem, on est là, finale. Baruch Hashem.
So about to get the action restarted.
Mabruk.
Next blind level is level 41. Blinds are going to be 1 million, 1.5 million. With a 1.5 million big blind ante.
Ça va être 800 000, un truc comme ça, moi.
Ouais, quand même.
Je pense, 600 000, 1 million d'euros.
Ah ouais.
Dis-moi, t'as combien, toi? T'as 70?
Ah non, c'est 1 million, 1 million 5.
70 à peu près, un peu moins.
Lucian Cohen is our chip leader with just under 100 million chips.
Mais moi, je veux... En fait, je dois l'isoler, mais je sais pas ce qu'il a, tu vois.
Non, mais t'as compris ce que je veux dire? Je suis rentré. Je suis rentré pour qu'on gagne de la place, au moins.
Ouais, bien sûr. Ça va vu. Moi, je suis obligé de se battre le flop, j'ai as 10.
Mais j'ai le 10, moi j'ai 10 3. J'ai même pas fait. J'ai 10 3, je te montre.
Ouais, t'as fait 2 paires. Ouais,
j'ai même pas vu le 3, je suis rentré, bon je lâchais plus avec le 10, mais t'as compris ce que je veux dire? Si j'avais eu ma main 10 3 avec le Roland, j'aurais pu te relancer.
Flop, ouais, bien sûr.
J'ai même pas fait attention pour te dire, j'ai checké, pour te dire, je veux pas jouer. Je veux que.
Well, during the break, we got to relive some classic Lucian Cohen moments. We don't have his winning moment from EPT Deauville 2011, but we did have his run in the grand final that year in Madrid, and we did see the plastic rat Luki on the table, being stroked for good luck. Didn't see it forced aggressively into the faces of many opponents. That was also part of his MO back in the day. But they are playing for the sums of money advertised on screen. They've all locked up nearly €250,000, but big jumps with every KO, and 676 grand up top, plus the achievement of besting a field of nearly 7,400.
Ratman.
And whilst this is the biggest ever Estrellas, Griffin, whilst this is the biggest live tournament Stars has ever staged, there is every chance that the EPT main this year will break the record we set last year for the biggest European Poker Tour main event. The record is 2,294 entries. Based on the numbers we saw on day 1A, we could be looking at upwards of 2,400.
What?
Let me just check. So we had close to 800 entries yesterday. Day 1B, we're what, 3.5 hours into the day. We know a lot of players will turn up in the evening. There'll be some who won't buy in until the start of day 2. And right now, on day 1B, we have seen already 1,000 entries. So the field's already around 1,800 players. And late reg does not close until the start of play tomorrow. And that's when we start our coverage, and we can expect the bubble to burst tomorrow as well. So here we go, clock's ticking. Time to get cards in the air. A reminder, it's the 1 million, 1.5 million blind level now.
My friend. His button, my friend.
So it's Velasevic opening the button here. Raising with the 8 of spades and another card. Lucian Cohen has announced call with queen 10 off in the small.
Yeah, and Velasevic only playing 18 big blinds to start this hand, same as Petros here in the big blind, who has an opportunity to shove over this raise and call. You'd obviously like to be maybe a bit stronger here in case Velasevic is loaded. Be something like ace-10 plus, but ace-9 probably going to be good enough. Not going to be expecting Cohen to be trapping very often here. So you would love Velasevic to just have a raise fold, something like the ace-8 or maybe the king-8 of spades. But instead, Karadimos doesn't want to risk getting coolered by the button here and just calls.
So three-way to the flop. First hand back from break. First hand of the new level. And we have a 10-5 tray flop. So we can say with 100% certainty that Lucian Cohen has the best hand right now. But it's the pre-flop aggressor who bets with the action check to him. Danilo Velasevic bets 3.2 million. And that is a raise from Lucian Cohen.
My friend, why?
10 million total.
Easy for you, 10 million.
10 million.
Small sec.
You all in? You all in? No, you all in?
Yeah, good board for Velasevic to continue there against those two ranges. You just got to hope Cohen has something more like Queen-Jack than Queen-10. I think that C-bet would have gone through whether it was something like the ace-8 or pocket eights.
Push-ups, push-ups.
Ratman! Ratman!
If I win, then...
Ratman! 10 million, 10.
Cohen back up to around 110 million chips, 72 bigs. Jack 10 off on the button.
Yeah, chip lead here, button. Got to pop this up.
3 million. Round two, Ferdinando D'Alessio in the big blind. King deuce off, and he folds.
You sleep, you sleep. You sleep, you sleep, you sleep. I'm sleep.
Me not sleep.
Hey. Hey. Comme le soleil. You remember?
Time of his life.
You remember? You
Does anybody want something? Yeah. Espresso.
Café con leche, por favor. Café con leche et one mineral water, please. Agua, sí.
So talking of coffee, the reason why Lucian Cohen has been wearing that white t-shirt every day of this tournament. A player spilt coffee on the left side, and you'll see, Griffin, that the left side is completely stained. He considered this to be an act of good luck. And because of that, Lucian Cohen has worn this t-shirt every single day.
Donne-moi ton cœur, donne-moi ton cœur, donne-moi ton cœur. Oh les mains. C'est la danse des canards. C'est la danse des canards. C'est la danse des canards.
I mean, I'll just let the pictures speak for themselves. I don't have anything to add. Can you imagine if we get a copyright strike because Lucian Cohen sang the chicken dance on this stream?
C'est la danse des canards. 1,5 million, c'est 3 millions. 1,5 million, 1,5 million. C'est big money. Hey, my big blind, huh? Hey, my friend.
I see.
My big blind, huh? Look, huh? Look bien.
Step Forward, watching on Twitch, has a suggestion. PokerStars need to sign him up now and make rats throwable in the client.
truc, hein. How much?
Velasevic completes in the small.
You dangerous, cool.
And Lucian Cohen has 10s in the big blind.
Six.
No, my friend, why 6?
6.
No check.
6.
Too much.
You remember you want to go, my lad. Attends, 1 minute.
So.
Where's he going now?
Ratman!
What have you guys been getting up to before I got here? Who is this guy?
This guy is a European Poker Tour main event champion, Griffin. Please show him some respect.
He's the rat man.
You all in is good. I'm pay. Oh. I'm pay. Ah. 1 million? Look, you friend, 30 minutes. He look my trick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, kisses.
You sleep, huh? Very big. Hey, my friend. Vamos, costo.
Fold it to Cohen in the small.
Call.
Petros needs to be a bit careful on this 15 big blind stack, given that Velasevic has just 11. You really want to make sure you get that nice 60, 70K pay jump if you can.
King high still ahead. Action goes check, check. Cohen now 93% favorite.
1.5 million. Call.
You'll be hearing that in your nightmares tonight.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You can't not laugh. That's the thing. Even if the players are finding this mildly annoying, you can't help but laugh when he does the rat man bit.
Very consistent.
You can go sleep. You have to manage.
Call. Hey, my friend,
You know what this man needed was more coffee.
You call no,
sorry,
no,
miss.
dark.
Excuse me. Service? May I have one espresso, please? One
How
espresso?
about he's having?
Yeah. It's like, I'm going to need more than an espresso. Please put 2 shots in it, and I don't mean of coffee.
No. 3 million.
A lot of people in the chat are asking for the Helmuth versus Cohen match. Ratman versus Bratman?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, my friend. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, he's won me over.
I'm crazy man. Yes, crazy.
Griffin, as someone who has history of playing against other players with a reputation for being annoying at the table, the one thing I'll say about him is at least he acts fast.
Acts fast is, is reliable. You know what he's going to do. It's becoming a catchphrase, catch move. I'm feeling it.
I mean, just think what all those years of being exposed to rat poison have probably done to this guy's brain.
Fold. Fold and he all in, and I probably fold. I fold, all in, and then I look my card like ace.
Oh, it's a big money.
No, all in. Okay.
You all in, huh? You all in, my friend.
And Velasevic doesn't want to get trapped here by this limp on just 10 big blinds. Has a hand that flops quite well, the Jack-10. And had he shoved for those 10 big blinds, would have just gotten the fold from the 9-6 suited. Instead, has flop best here, and I think with that 7 on the turn, I wouldn't be surprised to see Delesio start to bet. This is, of course, a double gutter for Delesio. So not just the 10, but also the 5 would give him the straight. And there is the 10.
Wow.
Is going to fill the hearts, though. And, you know, any 9 is a straight.
It's a horrible 2-pair for Velasevic.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that he's going to elect to go for value here. He's going to think his Jack-10 2-pair is best a lot of the time. But is he really going to get a call from, you know, much of Delesio's range? Is going to consider it, though. Does go for the value bet. It's going to be very disappointed to see the quick call, which will leave Delesio with just 3 or 4 big blinds.
Delesio makes the call, wins the pot with the straight. It's Velasevic who's left short and is playing 6 bigs now. By the way, I can understand how Lucian Cohen is not to everyone's taste, but I do think there's a lot of people watching this who are taking it far too seriously. It's a game, and poker is also a form of entertainment. And we're playing a 1K buy, and yes, for huge sums of money, but I don't want to watch people staring across the table at each other in silence, treating this like some elite mind sport. Let's be brutally honest, guys. The game can be quite dull to watch at times. You can have hours of a poker tournament that are like watching paint dry. This is fun. Just enjoy the moment.
Oh, super. 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 Right, man.
Also, if they stop letting him win pots, he'll stop doing that.
1.5. 1 million. $1 million $5. No, baby. 1 million, baby. C'est 1 million ou 1? $1 million, baby. T'inquiète pas, ils vont pas me voler, en fait.
Exhibit A, Nick says the problem here is that he seems he's not taking this seriously. It's a game. Come on. And I do firmly believe that at the point where the other players at the table start to show that they don't appreciate it, start to show signs of frustration, start to complain or potentially say something to the dealer or the floor, okay, fair enough. But they're smiling as well.
Yep. Karadimos, not really incentivized to want to see a flop with this hand right now. Just wants to get Danilo Velasevic out of there in 4th. Let Delesio and Cohen play a little pot here. Deuce. Doodle-loop. Seemingly out of thin air, a wheel draw on the turn for Cohen. But check through again, and Delesio finally going to make trips, and surprisingly not even go for a little bit of value. Oh no.
Yeah, he went for 2.5, but Cohen folded the deuces.
Yeah.
I love the fact that people think the players are going along with it because they have to behave for the cameras. You don't know poker players.
Ah ouais, mais tu me colles pré-flop, tu peux avoir l'as. Moi, je bête sur Breland Valet.
Yeah, Griffin, why didn't you play along for the cameras when William Kassouf was annoying you in the World Series?
Je sais que tu veux pas d'accident.
Ah ouais, surtout ça. No look.
And there's Velasevic. All in for those 5 big blinds, making a stand. And Ferdinando's going to have to call this one. Here we go.
Yeah, classic race. 2 overs against the pocket pair. D'Alessio ahead for now with the 5s. Velasevic looking to hit with those overs.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who's sweating this. The second most on this table than Velasevic. It's Petros Karadimos. We are looking at a about 65,000 euro pay jump if these 5s can just hold.
Ace high flop. And Velasevic takes the lead. 9-1 favorite with 2 cards to come. Just has to fade a 5 on the turn or river.
Okay.
Or backdoor wheel.
It's all about the back doors.
Yep.
You okay?
I smile.
On this occasion, no back doors, just 2 5s for Velasevic to fade. And he is going to double up.
Rat man. What man?
You rooted against me.
I'm smiling.
Thanks. You
Because,
said thanks.
excuse me, my friend. Because excuse me, my friend.
But you are rich.
Ouais, mais excuse me, my friend. Clark.
Dieu. Je fais rien faire.
Je paye tout de
You had
suite.
8 million? 8 million.
Ouais, mais t'es obligé de payer.
Oh,
La preuve, il y a que le after.
No more sang. On the table.
Ce qu'elle a dit là.
Il faut plus du tout parler français.
The English at the table being enforced. This is something that we talked about during the last level of play. And this is where Lucian Cohen and Ferdinando D'Alessio have been speaking French to each other when there are cards in front of them. And just being reminded, and I think it's now being enforced that at the time that they're at the table now, to please keep it English only. Queen's looking good for now. Well, I've seen how Lucian Cohen runs, Griffin.
Well, it's going to be a bit too many chips for Cohen to make a sort of pot-committed call here with King 8, so this should be a nice little win for Velasevic.
C'est ma fétiche en fait. My Mais
Thank you.
Hey, my friend, look, I am yours. My friend, you, my friend.
You're my friend.
You, my friend, you, my friend. My friend, Oli.
So 20 minutes into the session, action folded to Velasevic in the small blind.
Dangerous, you.
Velasevic is called.
I'm free.
Cohen checks his option. 9-7 of hearts. And it's an ace, king, 8 flop with just the 1 heart.
Check, my friend. Check, my friend.
Check, check. There's Velasevic's queen, which has Cohen drawing dead.
But still not a reason to bet here. You know, you're rarely going to get called by worse, and you can start inducing some bets like that with absolute error. Really well played here from Velasevic.
6-9 of clubs. Okay.
Wow, okay.
Velasevic folds the queens.
7-9. You bluffed me.
A little surprised by that.
You look my husband.
You know, very unlikely that Cohen would have checked back something like an ace pre-flop or a good king. So you really set a nice little rat trap, if you will. I'm sure that's been used before. But yeah, I think that's maybe a little slip up from Velasevic. But it's tough, you know, you just doubled up and find yourself now with more chips than Petros. We've talked about how crucial that $70,000 pay jump is. Maybe he just doesn't want to play the guessing game with the elusive rat man.
Folded to Cohen, who's got 7-6 suited in the small blind.
You know, a rambunctious, talkative player. Never seen a suited hand like this they didn't like. Give us the tune. Give us the rat man. Oh my God. He's outrageous.
Rat man.
The good news is we've deviated so far from the original that I don't think there's any danger of us receiving a cease and desist from the estate of Scatman John.
Cool.
Mixing it up here with a button limp with the king deuce suited. And may be saving himself one big blind by not raising here. Pre-flop with the king deuce. Probably would have folded to this 9 big blind shove. Now very easy to get away.
Pas le chercher, j'en ai marre, je vais pas le remettre dans le coup, il est trop mal pour que je le remette dans le coup. T'as rien toi, j'espère que je colle pour que tu attaques. Tu sais qu'il va attaquer, soit il attaque, soit il se couche. Je vais accompagner le coup là.
Always expanding horizons, says James. Most non-professional poker players won't step up against a clown like Cohen when on a big stage like this. Some certainly would. I would. Well, fine. And again, my read could be wrong, Griffin. I get the sense that these guys, if they did have a problem with him, would say something to his face or would call for someone to intervene. They seem like confident people, especially a player like Danilo Velasevic, who's played a lot of live events, including the recent Triton series.
Look, as poised as all these young guns look on the table, I mean, this is a real big deal to be at this table. Probably practicing a great deal of gratitude just having this opportunity to compete for an ESTRELLAS title. Besides, that's a good name for like a final boss in a video game, you know? Ratman.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you want the title, you want that trophy. That's the end boss.
You've got to get past.
The Ratman.
Look at the chip advantage he has now. Better than a 2-to-1 advantage on D'Alessio. More than 80 big blinds for Lucian Cohen, 40 for D'Alessio, 12 for Karadimos, and 11 for Velasevic.
No look, huh? No good for me, yes.
Velasevic shoving small to big with ace-6. Pocket eights for Cohen. He's got the snowmans. Num-num makes the call. And Velasevic is going to need to spike an ace here.
Yeah, this plays itself blind on blind. Velasevic needs to shove this for the 12 big blinds. Cohen needs to snap.
Awesome diamond. I believe. As a diamond skill, it's a fair.
Right, man. Ooh, right, man. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Happy birthday to you.
Well, eights are holding. Velasevic with 3 immediate outs.
Right, man. Right, man. Right, man. Right, man. Ooh, 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 ooh,
No additional outs for Velasevic. Needs Barry Greenstein.
Oh, right, man. Ooh. Right, man. Right, man. Right, man. Right, man. Right, man.
No ace on the river, eights hold, and we see Velasevic dispatched by Lucian Cohen.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
The Serbian exits in 4th place, cashing for €232,090, meaning we are down to the final 3. Lucian Cohen now has more than 140 million chips. The second biggest stack is Ferdinando D'Alessio with 61 million, Petros Karadimos with 19 million. Congratulations to Danilo Velasevic.
Cohen sounds like a putty from Power Rangers, the way he says that. Where my Power Rangers fans out there, you know what I'm talking about. Little putty action.
Well, this is the moment that eights held and Cohen took down that pot. His son celebrating on the rail.
$141,900,000 chips.
Oh.
Massive chip lead 3 ways now.
$3 million.
Very unconventional blind v blind sizing here, just min raising from small to big.
You go. You go, my friend.
And just a great opportunity here for Karadimos to see a flop.
You go, my friend.
With a decent flopping hand for the minimum. You know, had Cohen played this just as a shove for the 11 big blinds, Karadimos might need to fold something like Queen 8, but instead we go to a flop and just Cohen sees that king and says, you know what? You can't have an ace, you would have shoved pre-flop, so let's just end this. I'm all in.
Karadimos has paired his 8.
And the backdoor Queen of Clubs as well to consider for him.
Where is the problem?
I think this is just a bit of posturing here. I understand why Karadimos needs to think about it. You have flopped a pair. You did start this hand with just 10 big blinds. You do have that backdoor clubs. Maybe Cohen is just clowning around here. Maybe Cohen just has something like Jack 10 off.
Can't show a bluff this time.
But can he show us a dance?
Yeah. Right, man.
You keep drinking that coffee. Not that you need it. Nines for Karadimos in the small blind. Shoves.
Yeah, probably not enough blinds to play this as more of like a trap. Maybe with something like 12 to 18 bigs, you want to just limp to induce a raise or a shove. But instead, with those 9 blinds, just stays balanced, shoves it in. And Ferdinando has no answer. Dandaman615 says, sadly, I await his next song. Breaking people down in the chat here, James.
No look. No look.
Okay, this is a virtual all-in from Karadimos. And it gets through.
Karadimos is going to love that, getting the bottom of the range shoved through. You know, probably wouldn't be shoving King 7, definitely wouldn't be shoving King 6. So King 8, you know, probably the worst king that he's going to consider shoving for 12 big blinds. So to get that through, gain little chips and get closer to Delesio, who's second in chips. Real crucial right now.
Delesio on the button with ace-3 has raised it to 3.5 million. Cohen folds the 8 deuce off. Karadimos in the big blind. Has kings.
You know, I would love to see call here, but so much easier to say when we can see the hands. But does find it. Love this.
How much? 5.
Nice trap here from Karadimos.
10-8 deuce. King's still way ahead. With both players checking the flop, we get the 5 of diamonds on the turn.
You can see how that flat with the kings is already paying dividends. You know, you just shove here, you get the fold from the ace-3 instead. You get this check back, and now this ace-3 with that gut shot is going to elicit, I think, a call from Delesio. You know, with the ace-3, you're still beating something like a queen-jack or a jack-9, queen-9. Especially with the very small sizing, 2 million. And instead it induces the shove. Wow. Well done from Karadimos.
Well, still has to fade an ace or a 4 on the river. Delesio does have outs, but yep, Karadimos gets set to be paid the maximum here. Just 7 cards he has to fade. River card is a 6. Karadimos doubles up and is almost tied with Delesio. In fact, Delesio officially has less. 28, 24 bigs respectively. Obviously a huge gap between those two players and Lucian Cohen, who's playing 94 bigs.
Combien qu'il a Combien qu'il y a au milieu? Il a pris combien pour savoir le.
16 millions 5.
16 millions 5, c'est-à-dire qu'il a 40 millions à peu près.
Haven't seen anyone raise the prospect of looking at the numbers yet.
No.
And I'd be interested to see Lucian Cohen's reaction if it was proposed. Would the Rat Man entertain maybe guaranteeing himself more than $500,000 at this point?
Never hurts to look.
Hey, you friend. Tuki, gars. Hey, Tuki, gars. Ja, t'es casse pas, Tuki. Ami?
Mbrak007 asks, how many big blinds the chip leader has? Just tuned in.
2 million.
Just under 100, about 94 big blinds is Lucian Ratman Cohen.
So we've played 80 hands at this final table. We've seen 3 of the 6 players eliminated. We've seen Lucian Cohen extend his start of day chip lead, playing close to 150 million chips right now. D'Alessio calling in the small blind. Cohen checking his option in the big blind. And an ace, jack, tray, flop. King high still ahead. With the action checked on the flop, we get a 4 on the turn. Check, check, 6 on the river. Check, check. King high good.
Man, a great deal of respect given to Cohen there. I don't think D'Alessio wants to mess around with the chip leader, with Petros so close to chips. As we take a look at the prize money they're playing for with 3 left. Wow, almost 300,000 euros for third, over 415,000 for second place, in the winner 676,000 euros. Wow, wow.
The jumps, the difference, pretty gross. But as we just discussed, no deal proposed. And I would be intrigued to see if Cohen would at least consider it, even though he does have that huge chip advantage right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, we can see Karadimos now taking the Jack-4. This is one of those spots where, good or bad, if you think Cohen is raising, playing most of his range from the small blind, a lot of those limps are going to be weak holdings that have to fold to pressure. So, nice little spot there from the now second in chips, Petros Karadimos. 28 big blinds. Ferdinando, on the other hand, under 20, getting close to the danger zone.
Danger zone! I'm going to read a couple of comments from YouTube. Hillary Clinton says, Cohen is a very nasty person. Response from Jean-Yves, Cohen has not insulted anyone and high-fived the player he eliminated with a sincere smile. I don't understand people who call him horrible. As we have blind v blind here.
Hopefully for me, good for you. As-3.
As-3 sur ce coup-là, Zeb, t'as pas de chance. C'est normal, je rentre. J'ai pas vu rentrer.
Nice feeling.
C'est dans la main que j'ai. Tu aurais fait all-in, je l'aurais jeté.
It looks like we have 19 minutes on this blind level. Then we go to 1 million, 2 million.
Ça s'endort là, ça s'endort, messieurs, dames. On va faire un truc. Je sais pas quoi, mais on va faire un truc.
Ah lui, s'il rentre, c'est que pour gagner.
Karadimos raising the button, D'Alessio shoving from the small blind and getting faults. Three-handed action continuing at the final table of this record-breaking Estrellas main event. We have a button raise from D'Alessio and Karadimos with a decision in the big blind, with 8-5 offsuit.
Nice takedown there from D'Alessio with the c-bet. Every pot so crucial at this stage when you're really just jousting for that second place position. Of course, you still have a chance to win the event, getting heads up, but that big jump between second and third, very significant, 294,000 euro to 415. And Cohen just getting after it with the 9-deuce suited button raise, forcing a fold from the ace-6 in the small from Karadimos. And the Rat Man, we may not hear him singing and dancing, but he is inside for sure.
Well, let's hear from the player we lost a short while ago.
I feel good. It's what it is. It wasn't meant to be today for me, but yeah, going to play main. What can you do? Feeling grateful to beat 7,000 something players. So yeah, fourth place. It's not bad. Yeah, for 1K, 200 something K. So yeah, what can you do? Go on to the next one. Yeah.
It seemed like Lucian was pointing at you, dancing. How was it playing with him today?
Yeah, it's funny. He's a funny guy. Poker loves him, and I think he's good for poker. And yeah, I don't mind. He's like just a funny guy, and I'm happy to play with him. And I hope he will win because it's good for poker. And like, yeah.
Danilo Velasevic, fourth place finisher. Seemed to enjoy his experience playing against the Rat Man.
Oh, what a beauty. I liked what he had to say there. You know, we're playing for a lot of money here on the European Poker Tour, but it's good to see, you know, people having some fun. It's such a great opportunity to just, you know, be out there. Show people what you're made of. Show them what you're about.
Well, pair of jacks still good, and Cohen is going to bet 2.5 million here.
And I think that this is going to get a call a decent amount of the time from Karadimos. We've just seen a check down pot here. You know, Cohen could just have absolute air, you know, something like the 9 deuce of clubs we just saw previously, and that's why we do see the call with the 7, and going to be showing the very, very nice little value bet from Cohen.
2-9, 2-9. Non. As quoi? Il a quoi? As-10, pas As-10 quoi. C'est de l'as de carreau.
Ouais, t'inquiète. Tranquille.
Je t'ai fait le travail aussi, hein, mon frère. Hein, là-bas. Même si on va venir ennemi normalement.
Down to 17 big blinds is Petros, and that's no bueno when it comes to Ferdinando stack at almost near 30. So feeling that 120,000 euro pay jump slipping away from him. But then you get a walk, James.
Feels like a double up.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
I mean, this feels very uneven right now. We've got Lucian Cohen playing more than 100 bigs, Fernando D'Alessio with 24 bigs, and Petros Karadimos with 17 bigs.
Hey, my friend, you play or no play? Okay.
King 9 deuce on the flop.
Elle a bien joué là? Elle a bien joué là? Ok. Alors je vais te faire mal jouer maintenant. Elle a bien joué. C'est pas beau de parler comme ça. Je vais faire mal à ton anneau après. Tu vas plus respirer, attention. Bah voilà donc. Soyez intelligent, ne dis pas avec moi bien joué. Hop, qu'on fait baisser la tête. Faut baisser la tête. Ah, bien sûr, je rigole.
Well, 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 look what the rat dragged in.
Rat's off to you. Threads up poker, my babies. Lucian Cohen still King Rat.
Yep.
Do you know what a Rat King is, by the way?
I feel like I do.
A Rat King is a naturally occurring phenomenon where
Oh,
a
well,
bunch of
all the rats come together to form a well, not, you know, yeah,
It's
like
not
a blob of rats.
Yes.
It's not an actual entity.
It's an accident. They mostly
Yeah.
die because they
Yeah, they
become
wrap
so
their
entangled.
tails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But quite terrifying.
Yeah.
Also was a character in Ninja Turtles, if you remember. There was a Rat King, lived in the store. Queen high flop. Top pair for Karadimos.
But Cohen with that hammer, going to be betting quite significant. You can tell, actually, that it represents about 20% of Karadimos' stack. But Petros has shown a lot of patience and allowing his opponents to blast off into him when he has a very strong hand. We saw it with the kings. And this time, with the queen, again, just going to call. Really brilliant stuff here from Karadimos. Not getting over excited. And I could just see Cohen saying, you know, all in sometimes on this turn card, but is wisely checking.
Well, Cohen has one whole card to hit here.
Yes.
Not one out.
But, you know, if Karadimos has a 3, is going to fold on to a shove on this turn for pot. A 9, you know, is not going to be thrilled.
And Cohen is going to call with the gut shot.
Karadimos just playing this so well. Finding a leak
River
of
card
swords.
is the Jack of Diamonds. Cohen gets there again. There it is. Cohen shoves. Now, every single time we've seen this happen, Cohen has had it, and he has somehow gotten his opponent to call.
No, I don't think. I mean, look, if there was a flush draw on the turn, you know, you got to ask yourself, what is my opponent turning into a bluff here? 6-7 off?
Cielka did it. Ahuja did it.
My friend.
There might be another one I'm forgetting about right now.
My friend, my friend. My friend, my friend.
And Karadimos does it as well. Calls it off with top pair. Not even close to beating the river straight of Lucian Cohen, the Rat Man. Eliminates another player at this final table. Petros Karadimos extinguished in third place. Nearly 250,000 euros.
A very impressive performance there from Petros. Really well played there, short-handed. Saw the really nice play with kings to double up that hand with top pair. Just got very unlucky. Couldn't find the fold against the Rat Man.
And Lucian Cohen really is the exterminator. A one-man wrecking crew tented the building.
And now a 4.5 to 1 chip advantage here heads up. 180.9 million chips for Lucian, just 41 for Ferdinando. But I can guarantee you Ferdinando going to have a lot of heads-up experience. Going to be a tough out here down the stretch.
That's right. They're about to start playing heads-up for 230,000 euros. Prize difference, 445 for second, 676 for first in the biggest live tournament ever held by PokerStars. I believe we're going to take a quick bathroom break. There is Alessio's family on the rail. Mother, father, uncle, here for a joyous day. No matter what shakes out here, heads up. We are going to take a short break, allow these folks to use the bathroom, reposition their chairs. When we get back, we're playing heads up for the title. Back after this.
And we are going to sweat with Phil. We're going to play this hand from Ivy's perspective now he's back on the main stage.
He's got no choice once he gets down to the final two tables. You know what's weird is a lot of poker terminology obviously has evolved over the years, and a lot of the stuff people said back then doesn't get said now, but we still say sweat with.
Yep.
Let me sweat your hand. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, true.
So Ivy elects to complete in the small, and Sjoberg's going to check his option in the big. King, queen, 9. Ivy checks.
Well, blind on blind, we like this. Seems weird that there wouldn't have been a raise pre-flop. if we were up against a king or something that connects super hard with this board, but whatever, maybe. Call.
Uh-oh.
This board's getting straightier.
I like that card a little bit less now, obviously. Goes check, check.
Now we have a straighty flushy board.
Are you telling me we're just gonna get a free showdown here? Fine.
That'd be so hilarious if it goes check, check.
All right.
I think we're going to get put to a decision. 25K is the bet.
Lex, what do you think? I think it's just so easy to be beat here. I'm just gonna fold probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that flush draws try to bluff the turn because there's a one card straight. I don't mind a call here because I think people don't bet a king, so you're not losing to a single king. I think that a flush they will bet the turn with. A jack is going to bet small on the turn, but they could have a jack. And every single set or high two pair combination he raises pre-flop, so I don't know.
Well, it's only like a half pot bet, right? Oh, he does not like the fact that he was called. Good call, Phil Ivey. I fold way too much.
4-5 the hand for Sjoberg, who mucked, which means Ivey wins it uncontested.
I think it's so silly to not give the information what you bluffed with, because if you're going to muck, everybody knows that it's going to be 6-7 or some 7 high type of trash. So everybody knows that that's what you had. So you might as well get the information what your opponent called with for blind on blind. That's so important.
Makes sense, homie.
People still do that too. It's like a thing, you know, where people think, oh, not giving any info, not getting it either.
10-9 of clubs here for David Leani.
I thought they were mucking out of embarrassment.
Yeah.
So Leani has limped with the 10-9. Round to Daneshka, who's got Jack 10. Got to get a soul read before he calls. Ivey calls as well on the button. Sjoberg in from the small. And Gregory can see a free flop. And he says, yes.
I like free.
5-way action. It's a Jack 5 deuce board. That's 2 pair for Ivey.
Ivey about to get Danishgar good.
Interestingly, it's Leani who's betting.
Full pot bet, more or less.
What's this bet about, Lex?
I don't know.
I mean, look, into 4 opponents, it looks strong.
Yeah, that it does.
Ivey with a big brown tower here. Remember, those are the 5K chips. And that is a raise, an additional 100,000. Could still catch running cards to make a straight. Maybe it's worth staying in.
Sorry, how is there 300,000 in the pot now?
That's crazy.
Wasn't there 50 in the pot? And Homeboy led for 50,000 and Phil made it?
There were 2 calls.
2 calls.
2 calls, okay.
How's Ivy's pulse, Daneshka?
Wow, what a fold.
Yeah.
I was just about to say there's so few hands, like value hands I can raise there, but.
Three full suited. Possible.
Oh no. Did I hear Umberto Brenes?
I heard Umberto Brenes is at our TV table, but maybe he's just come over to say hello.
You've heard he's at the table, but you haven't heard him at the table.
Blinds are up, by the way. And here is Ivy. Raises with pocket sixes. Round to Leani in the big blind, who's got aces.
Okie dokie. Ah, he's doing it. He's doing the all. Oh, I'm so stressed out with these aces.
Okay, this.
Oh man, I'm so disinterested in this hand. I don't even really want to be putting chips in, but I guess I'll raise.
Full disclosure, this is a hand I have seen a fair few times. This is one that we bring out from the archives during the breaks on live streams. I'm pretty sure it appeared in the best of the EPT highlight shows as well.
Oh, I guess I call.
It's crazy that he slow plays it from the big blind. You didn't really used to see that back then that often.
And there's the 6 on the flop.
Spent all that time Hollywooding when you should have been just trying to protect against that 6. Oh, geez. Oh, what a decision. This is him pretending to think again. So much pretending to think. If only he were really suspicious of a set of 6s here. But he's not.
His timing's slightly off here.
Boom.
100,000 total. And Ivy calls, and these two go to the turn. I think Leani has Ivy covered here, by the way.
That's a pretty big stack for Leani.
Those chips are pushed forward, and then he went into that. What do you think about that face?
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
You know, bouncing back and forth. What's up, bro?
Phil's got his face pulled back like that to stop from smiling. Phil is going to call. Because he is real happy.
Okay, so now we have more than $500,000 in the pot with one card to come, and that card is the Queen of Spades. Board gets a bit straightier from Ivy's perspective. Leani decides to move all in, shoves on Ivy. Ivy calls it off and is going to get the full double up here and will have more than a milli.
Cracked him. Whoops. Never a good feeling. The gloating.
Yeah, we talked about people not getting it quietly in the early seasons. Ivy being the notable exception to that trend.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This event, live coverage of the ESTRELLAS main event, the final table from Casino Barcelona. And we are heads up right now in the record-breaking largest field of all time for a PokerStars live event. 7,398 total entries are now heads up for the title. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Bringing it on home. Runner-up, guaranteed 415,000 euros. Fernando D'Alessio right now with some work to do. Lucian Cohen, who owns an extermination business, has been dispatching his opponents left and right. Luckily, we got to catch the action from 26 down to today's final table. Had a day of bonus coverage from this event, and Lucian Cohen has been running like a god, lowercase g.
Do you think Lucian Cohen, I mean, he's from France, calls himself the Ratman. Do you think he has seen the film Ratatouille, which is set in Paris?
We think that maybe Lucian Cohen had something to do with the production of Ratatouille, maybe some product placement, maybe some integration. Because you think about it, that movie comes out, every restaurant in Paris is going to be calling up the exterminator. We cannot have rats running the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Lucian Cohen dubbed himself the Rat Man. Now, Lucian is an EPT champion. Won Deauville 12 years ago. That's the prize money they're paying for. By the way, what we're looking at right now is what could be another record-breaking field. That is the EPT Barcelona main event, the 5K buy-in. James Hardigan now with us in the booth.
Let me look at the numbers, Joe, because we know that yesterday, day 1A had close to 800 total entries. We are up to 1,050 entries on day 1B, so we're already at what? Roughly 1840, 1850. And the number
what's
to
last
beat,
year's number?
2,294.
Seems quite doable, especially with day 2 entries, with re-entries that'll be happening throughout the day today.
Yeah, at the very least, I think we could be looking at parity. We're looking at, let's be honest, another huge Barcelona main event, but is there any other kind?
No.
I'll play devil's advocate. I'll take the under. You guys can have the over.
Thank you, Griffin. Very generous.
Prediction. Ils font des levels de 30 minutes.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
So obviously being explained to the players that the levels are now 30 minutes rather than 60 minutes, although we're going to play out the last 7 minutes of the 1 million, 1.5 million level before we go to the 30-minute 1-2 level.
3 million.
King, Jack, 8 on the flop. It is second pair versus a flush draw. And Lucian Cohen playing this flush draw aggressively, Griffin. 7
Very
million.
aggressively. That represents a near pot size bet.
Yeah.
A bit unconventional from what we would normally see. But trying to fold out those 8x. Oh, that is an all-in of 36,000.
Wow.
And a snap call. Very
wow.
All right, well,
very strange.
GG D'Alessio.
D'Alessio gets it in for 36.5. Lucian Cohen calls with the club draw. D'Alessio is 62% favorite to double up, but there is a 38% chance that Lucian Cohen wins this record-breaking Estrellas main event if he hits a club on the turn or river.
38% of the time, it works every time.
I mean, he only needed 9% in the hand where he knocked out the third place finisher.
I think this 5 of hearts is problematic for him, though. Too many outs now.
Oh, no.
14 cards he can hit, and you know he's going to brick every single one of them. Sure enough, it is a double up for Ferdinando D'Alessio, and now it's 94 big blinds, plays 53 big blinds.
And Irrational Times on YouTube says, someone get Cohen a better shirt combination. That's just wrong. There is an explanation for that. Not that I think Lucian Cohen needs much defending today. He's doing all right. But the T-shirt had a coffee spilled on it a couple of days ago. He decided it was lucky, so he's wearing it over his normal shirts, which I admit, it looks weird, but guess what? You can't argue with these results.
Now, you guys know I love a hashtag fun fact. Unfortunately, Willow, our Spanish commentator, has been going through the archives to find if anyone has already won both an EPT main and an Estrellas main.
Yeah.
And of course, there is a player who's achieved that accomplishment. Guess who it is, Griffin?
Maria Ho.
No.
Phil Ivey.
Hold on a second.
No.
You think EPT winner.
Okay.
And then someone
winner.
who's also very likely to have won a Spanish local tour.
And by the way, the 2 players you've named have not even won an EPT, let alone an Estrellas. So,
John Juanda.
Think of one of your heroes, Griffin.
Adrian Mateos.
Buenos dias,
Buenos dias, Adrian.
I mean, did you ever think there would ever be a poker category that included Adrian Mateos and Lucian Cohen?
Well, hang on. Cohen hasn't won yet.
Yeah.
Mateos apparently is the only one, and if Cohen loses, he will remain the only one.
I see people asking, did they deal? Not to my knowledge.
I do not believe a deal has been done between the 2 players.
Or even discussed, from what I can tell.
Correct. So they are playing for the full advertised difference in prize money. Both guaranteed 415K, with 676K going to the winner.
And Cohen, losing a little momentum. The way he just snap-called that 23 big blind shove with just effectively 5 high, a dry flush draw, hoping to just end it right there. All that momentum, all that good fortune, all that good play, and then culminating in a moment where it's like, you can just see the smirk on his face after he called with 38%, just thought that club was coming, didn't come, and now looking, a little like he got hit with it a little bit. We're at 137,000 to 80 million, 137 million, pardon me, to 80 million. A lot of poker to be played here. As James mentioned, the blinds will go up in just a few minutes, and the level shortened. Ooh. Street Flash. James, is this still Street Flash, even if you can't make Street Flash? I think it's Street Flashy enough.
Griffin, for you, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Ooh, shiny trophy. No, I want to see this one. They never listen to me. Here's Ferdinando.
That's a solid starting hand. Pocket kings. And it's a raise from D'Alessio. And a quick fold from Lucian Cohen.
Boo.
Cohen completing with 5-3 off. Ace-9 for D'Alessio.
Should want to make it quite big here from the big blind, something in that 6 million range. And is going to make it 5, and that's going to be enough. So the momentum shifting into D'Alessio's favor here.
The rat man.
This would represent an absolute massive score for Ferdinando, whose total live earnings coming into this event were just 178,000, with the best live cash of 62,000. So with a win here, that amount of 676,000 euros would represent more than 10 times his best score. So you can see on his body language just how much this means to him here, heads up against the Rat Man.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about Lucian Cohen because, of course, he is an EPT champion. He's a player who's been known to us for more than a decade. Should highlight that Ferdinando D'Alessio has been playing poker for well over a decade. He's 35 years old, lives in Belgium, plays a lot at Casino Namur. You mentioned some of his results there, Griffin, and if he were to win, he'd move up to 11th place on the Belgian all-time money list. Bet of 2 million on the turn, gets the job done.
Il est en forme. Il est en forme, Nado.
So we are now playing level.
Hein?
It's not level 80. It is the 1 million, 2 million blind level.
Ah oui, mais t'inquiète pas, je sais que t'as touché. Je vois bien que je jette, je cherche même pas.
J'aurais dû limp.
Je ne veux même pas le chercher. Et 3 millions.
We have a button raised from Cohen of 3 million. This blind level is actually level 42. How are we eating and what floor's the restaurant on? The Chinese way, level 42. Diamonds not a factor for either player. Pair of 8 still ahead. Cohen with the gut shot.
And not the easiest continue for D'Alessio.
Double gutted and
Ratman
wins the pot.
Elle me laisse pas prendre la confiance, hein. Tu vas être mal si tu prends la confiance.
One for me, eh? Déjà, je joue contre une légende. Moi, je suis content.
Look at that coffee stain. It's the first time I'm getting a good look at it.
Moi, mon rêve, voilà, je suis en heads up.
Je suis content pour toi, honnêtement.
Moi
I
aussi,
mean,
franchement.
Tu vois, je suis
he
content.
must be smelling coffee most of the time, right? I mean, he clearly hasn't washed it because that's part of the
Bearing
good
in
luck.
mind this is a 5-day tournament, Griffin, I think that shirt is smelling of worse things than coffee right now.
Touché.
By the way, I noticed that you've arrived in Barcelona today. The weather is still warm and you're wearing your finest shorts. I will highlight that on the very first night here, I went out to dinner wearing shorts. My legs are covered in very painful mosquito bites.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
forewarned is forearmed, my friend.
Well, to be honest with you, it's a bit chilly here in the little webcast area anyway. So I think I'll go pants tomorrow.
Pants.
Pantalones.
That is a good question from Zabati. Who the heck spilled that coffee? Who was the person who poured their Nespresso all over Lucian Cohen's shoulder? And based on what we've seen of him the last 48 hours, was it intentional?
Dum, dum, dum. Yeah, very, frankly, disappointed by this check back on the turn from D'Alessio. You know, you decide to continue with 9-3 of clubs. Comes ace high, you get to continue. You know, when your opponent just called pre-flop, often you're going to have something like an 8 or a 4 or a 6-7 or a 5-7, and you turn that queen of clubs, which is the card you can just barrel and fold out those 4s and most of the 8s and all of those straight draws, and instead you check back and let 7 high win. No, bad Ferdinando, bad.
Combien? 2 millions, moi, je vois. 2 millions, hein? One. Check.
Straight draw for D'Alessio, who is actually a statistical favorite right now. Cohen with the best hand with queen high.
Cheeky little lead there from D'Alessio. You know, it's not something I think is going to work against a lot of, I guess, very experienced players, but I mean, I guess experience would be the wrong word, but you know, like a sort of a super high roller pro wouldn't be reacting very generously on leads like that, but we're going to work well, I think, against the Rat Man, who just faced with that kind of pressure is just going to be like, yeah, I'll get him next time when I have control. That's when we really see Lucian the most effective.
$4 million raised with Queen Deuce, flattered by Jack 5. And it is a King Queen 10 flop. So second pair for D'Alessio. The open-ended straight draw for Cohen. Check, check on the flop, 7 on the turn. And now we get a delayed continuation bet from D'Alessio that is going to get the call from Cohen. 5 million apiece, and the 8 of diamonds on the river. D'Alessio still good.
Jack.
Nice takedown for D'Alessio there, getting a street of value on the turn.
And narrowing the gap between them. 66 bigs playing 44 bigs. Blind's not going up for another 20 minutes. So a reminder that we will follow this through to its conclusion. One of these two guys is going to lift the trophy and win that first prize of 776,000 euros. From tomorrow, we turn our attention to the EPT main event. Day 1A played yesterday, it's day 1B today. Registration closes at the start of tomorrow, day 2. That's when we start our coverage. We can expect the bubble to burst tomorrow, and we will follow it through all the way to the final table on Sunday. That's right, a day added to this year's EPT main event because the field in Barcelona is so big every year. We need that extra day. And we will crown a champion on Sunday. And of course, the mini EPT online series continues every day that we bring you a stream on Twitch and YouTube.
It's a big table for two persons. Café con leche ou minéral.
Au minéral, c'est.
Ah ouais, et un sucre.
Sont où les serveurs ici? Ça peut te parler, non? Is it possible, drink?
Ace deuce against Jack 6 here.
And it's a deuce for D'Alessio. MH asking what time tomorrow. For the next few days, the stream goes live at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 CEST. When we get to Sunday, when we get to the final day, it'll be half an hour later at 1 p.m. But Tuesday through Saturday, 12:30 Central European Summer Time.
Please. Café con leche, mineral water. Café leche, 1 mineral water.
$1 million the small blind, $2 million the big blind.
Tu peux parler, hein? Ah, c'est un mot.
And the button raise from Lucian Cohen with King Jack offsuit. Called by Ferdinando D'Alessio with Queen 3 off. 10-9-7 on the flop.
Nice double gutter here for Cohen. Hits that king on the turn.
6 million.
Shout out to Matthias Haugen watching on YouTube. Says, came in 30th in this tournament. Amazing journey. Good luck, Lucian Cohen, who retains the chip lead right now. Has 138 million at the start of this hand. 83.5 million for his opponent, Ferdinando D'Alessio. And with D'Alessio limping here with 6-5, Cohen raises with ace-7 suited, gets called by D'Alessio in position. And we are going to see a flop. which is Queen Jack 4. Ace high still ahead.
6 million.
Nice work from Cohen. Not allowing any free flops there with the ace-7 suited, and making it small enough that got the pretty weak 6-5 to continue. And with that dry queen high board, gonna take it down, extend that chip lead. Now we're at to nearly 2-1, 143 million for Lucian Cohen at 73.5 for Delesio.
Another player who took part in this event, who's now watching the stream, is Savas. Didn't do too well in the tournament, came into Barcelona from Australia, finished 3,125th, but I'm rooting for Delesio to win.
Ah ouais, il me fait peur. Tantôt, il me faisait rigoler.
Going to try and put a positive spin on that, Savas. Did you at least enjoy the experience? I hope so, because that's a long-ass journey.
4-5.
Pocket sixes for Delesio, raises to 4.5.
Cohen with all that confidence. Let's see a flop.
Queen, Jack 5, so a pair of 5s for Lucian Cohen. 6 is still good. Ten on the turn.
Even more outs now, 4 additional ones with a 9 on the river. Oof.
8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. That's a straight, Griffin.
That is a straight. Straight is good.
RJP says, flew in from Canada for this tournament and came in 9,450th. Good luck, Lucian. All we need now is someone who traveled in from Mars and finished in like 11,000th place.
You know what I watched the other night? It's The Man Who Fell to Earth. David Bowie.
Yeah.
Just decided to watch it. It's a weird one, yeah.
It is a weird movie.
It's
Nicholas
a very
Roeg.
strange movie, yeah.
If anyone was born to play an alien,
Exactly.
David Bowie.
That's yeah. No, I just watched Labyrinth with a friend, and we were like, you got kind of in the David Bowie mode.
Dance, baby, dance.
yeah, yeah.
Labyrinth has not stood the test of time very well, I'm sorry.
I disagree.
Jennifer Connelly, who I'm a big fan of, is so wooden in that movie. And I'm sorry, but the Muppets look really fake.
Oh my gosh, you're so lost. Jim Henson, prime, so good. Strong disagree.
Valet dame 3, valet dame 3, valet dame 3, 3 fois. C'est pas dans ma reine, ça. Je crois pas non plus, mais... Ouais, qu'elle mette des 2 de temps en temps. Qu'elle mette des 2 de temps en temps.
The call from D'Alessio, the raise from Cohen. And the hand is over.
J'ai essayé, j'ai fait all-in la première main. Je voulais qu'on aille tous manger.
Lucian gonna start us off with a little raise, and just in a second, we're gonna see what hand he has.
This flop is ace-6-4, so we know Lucian Cohen has a pair of fours. Only knowing one of D'Alessio's cards. Cannot say who's ahead right now. King on the turn. Went check on the flop. And a jack on the river.
Wow, and a bet now could be something like the King-9. Maybe a Jack-9. Doubtful to be a bluff, I think, based on the sizing. You never know. D'Alessio's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Tricks in. Coming to the end of this blind level. Right now it's 73 bigs for Cohen and 34 bigs for D'Alessio.
You can just do that looking at the chips like that?
2-to-1 chip advantage for Lucian Cohen, who has had the chip lead for this entire final table. A raise from with 9-5 off. Ace-6 for D'Alessio.
How much?
12,500,000.
A re-raise. And I haven't seen a lot of this in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, and a pretty small sizing and an interesting candidate in the ace-6. You would hate to 3-bet and fold there, but you know, it's not a particularly good flopping ace. You know, take the blocker, see if you can take it down pre-flop. Nice little boost. Nice little boon for D'Alessio.
D'Alessio on the button, first to act, has the snowman's num-num.
Num-num.
Raises to 5 million. Ace-8 suited for Lucian Cohen. And he calls the raise. We're going to the flop. Ten, 9, 6. No spades. gut shot for both players. D'Alessio, 70% favorite to win the pot outright. And D'Alessio has continued for 4 million, called by Cohen, 10 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board. And a double paired board now. And this is going to get checked to showdown, and 6s and 10s with an ace, no good. D'Alessio with 8s wins that pot. Lucian Cohen on the button has posted the small blind, first to act. Raises to 5 million with King 8 offsuit. King 4 for D'Alessio. And he defends. The flop is king high. And right now, Cohen's 8 kicker is playing. And that is a not insignificant continuation bet, Griffin. The pot is 12 million. And Cohen has bet 10 million.
Oh, wow.
And look at this, D'Alessio rips all in. I don't think Cohen's folding top pair here.
I don't think so either. It does represent a great deal of chips, though. 40 big blind shove.
There is the call. And D'Alessio is drawing thin. Now, there is a 61% chance that this is going to be the type of pot that everyone loves.
But if not, I mean, D'Alessio needs a miracle 4. Very hard to get. A lot of ways for this to get us singing.
Yeah, D'Alessio's best chance here is realistically for them to chop it, for that 8 to be counterfeited.
Any jack or 10 will do that right away.
Oh, it's the 8 on the turn for 2 pair. And now D'Alessio can only chop it.
Well, it's not over yet, buddy. It's not over.
Now it's over. And Lucian Cohen adds an Estrellas title to his EPT title. The so-called Rat Man takes down the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history, besting a field of 7,398 to win 776,000 euros. Maybe there is something to that coffee stain after all. Congratulations to the runner-up. Ferdinando D'Alessio cashes for 415,320 euros. As Lucian Cohen dons the Rat Man hat before receiving his trophy.
What a great final table performance here from Lucian Cohen. Really had this entire table in control, was the chip leader the whole time, was the most animated, was the center of attention. It felt like destiny, and he brought it home.
First came to our attention back in 2011 when he won EPT Deauville, beating Martin Jakobsen heads up. Made a couple of deep runs in further EPTs, and now has taken down this huge Estrellas main event. After 5 days of poker, has sealed the deal and has earned a place in the poker history books.
Bon, mon cash maintenant. Il est où mon cash?
Well, let's remind ourselves how today's final table went down. 6 players started the day, but it was Avi Smadja who was eliminated quite quickly. Ankit Ahuja could not beat a pair. He exited in 5th. And then we saw Danilo Velasevic pass his best career cash. A 4th place finish, nearly €250,000. Well, we weren't three-handed for very long. Petros Karadimos was next out. 3rd place was worth nearly 300K. And after a reasonable length heads-up battle, D'Alessio was pulling for a chop, couldn't get there, had to make do with a 2nd place finish. Lucian Cohen, our ESPT main event champion. No deal discussed, no deal agreed. Those are the payouts. Just referenced, it was nearly $250,000 for Velasevic. Nearly 300K for Petros Karadimos. More than 400K for Ferdinando D'Alessio, and Lucian Cohen taking it down for 676K. And of course, he gets the main event trophy as well. Let's go down to the floor and our friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the winner's presentation for the Estrellas Poker Tour main event. After 5 days of exciting poker, we have reached the end of the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. Here to help me present the trophy is Tournament Director Toby Stone, Associate Director, Live Events Operations, Cedric Bilot, and the Poker Manager of Casino Barcelona, Christina Sendra. And now, there's just one thing left to do. Please put your hands together for the Estrellas Poker Tour main event champion, Lucian Cohen!
The biggest live tournament ever held at a PokerStars event, won by the Rat Man. That wraps the Estrellas. Now we move on to the European Poker Tour main event. A reminder that our coverage starts tomorrow. In the meantime, if you go to the PokerStars blog, you'll get updates and stories from what's happening here at EPT Barcelona. But yes, 1A has happened, 1B is happening. Tomorrow, it's all about day 2, and that means world-famous bubble coverage. We will see you tomorrow, 12:30 Central European Summer Time, for day 2 of the EPT main event. Until then, from Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good evening from Barcelona.